Good morning. Good morning, everybody. We are back on Verdict Watch. Good morning. Good morning, everybody in the chat. Good morning, Haley. Hey, Megan. Hey, Rochelle. No, is that Rachel? Rachel. Hey, Brianna. Hey, Kaylin. Good morning, Kira. Good morning, T. Hey, Summer. She said I be missing the fam in the morning. Sorry, girl. I had to take Barchi this morning. She's going to get her teeth cleaned, so I had to take her to the dentist, and then I went to do some grocery shopping for breakfast this morning. So that's why I'm a little behind. Good morning, Jazz. Hey, Sundrop. Hey, Destiny, how are you? How are you? Hey, Tasha. Hey, Kristen. Thank you, Too Pretty. Thank you. Hey, Alice. Good morning. Hey, Shelly. She said, I heard the jury is dressed up. Fingers crossed for a not guilty across the board. Shelly, let me tell you what I think. I think the jury, Alice told me that this morning. I think the jury is ready for their close up. Do you get what I'm saying? The jury is ready to stand on those steps. What are they going to say? Hey, my name is Jane Doe. I was juror 10 on the Karen Reed murder trial, and I'm ready to tell my story. They're ready. Someone said they have their TikToks already saved in drafts. Already saved in drafts. And I believe so, because why are y'all dressed up today? What's different about today than yesterday? I think we're getting a verdict today. Good morning, Stacy. Hey, Crystal. Hey, Sundrop. Hey, Jaleesa. Good morning, Crystal Glaze. Hey, Cheryl. How are you? Hey, Brianna. Good morning, Kimberly. Hey, Shonda. Hey, TL Goldie. Goldie. I said Golden. Sorry. Hey, Kaylin, girl. How are you, Kaylin? Good morning, Jasmine. Hey, Sugar. Good morning, India. Hey, Brianna. Hey, Tam Tam. Good morning, Mika P. Hey, Phoenix. How are you? Hey, Nay. The black the berry. I know that's right, girl. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Ash. Hey, Mia. How are you? Hey, Shay. Hey, Tracy. Good morning, everybody. Let me see. Hey, Tasha. Hey, Stacy. Hey, Skin Tone Girl. Hey, Shavana. Hey, Lexi. Good morning. Did we dye our hair? We did. I've got my reunion this weekend, so I started early with touching up my hair, and I cut it. I told myself I'm gonna try to like grow my hair back, but I have to go somewhere, and I don't want to be like in the weird phase. So yes, I did. I had to cut it again. Hey, Shani. There was no collision. Is the jury going to say that, Ash? Hey, Davia. Is the jury going to say that? Mel, I sent you the same thing about the jury. Girl, I hadn't even checked my phone, actually, since I got upstairs. Now let me check to see, because if y'all, normally, come on now. Normally, I get the same thing. I promise I get I'll get the same piece of information like 20 or 30 times, but between TikTok and Instagram. Thank you, Jasmine, for sending it. I see your message now, Jasmine. Jasmine, I like how Jasmine sent messages. She circled it for me. She said, I would say, based on the multi-week observations, that they are each dressed a level or two up from their usual attire. Do y'all think that means we're getting a verdict? I do. Good morning, Vitra. How are you? Good morning. Thank you, Alice. Alice said, not guilty, verdict day, in the words of Forrest. F.U. Bev. You know, I need the jurors or someone to tell us that they sensed Bev's bias so that we know that we're not crazy. I need them to say that. Hey, Alicia C. Good morning, Shameen. Hey, Destin. Good morning. Hey, Karen. Good morning, girl mom. How are you? Hey, DJ Mommy. Hey, Lo. Good morning. Hey, Red. Hey, MH. Good morning, Miss Virgo. Hey, Karina. Hey, Stacy. Short hair don't care. Yes, girl. And I don't know what I'm wearing to my reunion yet. I ordered 2 dresses. It's my prayer that they both fit, and I can just have I can have a choice. Whatever I don't wear to my reunion, I'm going to wear to the wedding that I'm going to next week. So yeah. Jasmine said, Mel Turtle Boy said the foreman has locks and wears a gold chain. Jasmine. Now I've seen Turtle Boy say some questionable things about Black people. Okay. I just saw him really say some nasty shit to Simone Biles, but I don't really know what Simone Biles said that warranted the nasty comment that he made. Please tell me why y'all think dreads and the gold chain mean them. Jasmine, why do y'all think that means we're getting a not guilty? I know a man right now, black as hell, and he is a Trump supporter. Okay, don't be fooled by them dreads. Hey, Big Lou. Good morning. Hey, Gabrielle. Don't be fooled by those dreads. Hey, Forrest. How are you? Forrest said, I was the first mother here. I'm parked in the back of the courthouse. Best mother parking spot. I can smell the jury room from my parking spot. I know that's right, Forrest. I know that's right, Forrest. Today might be the day. Forrest got the best parking spot. Today might be the day. Good morning, Thick and Good. Okay, Thick and Good. I know y'all got some creative names, okay? Listen, they ready. They're ready. Good morning, Tiffany. How are you? Hey, Sherika. Hey, Kiera. Hey, Sarah. We need to find something. Hey, Daphne. Hey, Shalon. They are ready. What's up, Gigi? She said, don't forget the hoodie. Listen, Forrest is not in traffic. Forrest said he ready to play. Listen, Brianna, the dreads and the golds, y'all, we're going to see. We are going to see. So, Jasmine, I hope if we get the not guilty today, like you guys predict, well, based on him, I really would like to know, like, their thoughts. This jury in particular, I don't know. Yeah, I want to know. I want to see this jury. I don't know if out of YSL, out of ASAP Rocky, I wasn't really worried about the Rocky case, but I would love to, I really want to hear this jury's POV. I really want to hear it because this case involves a cop, right? It involves a cop and a woman. Today when I was eating breakfast, I was on the phone with my best friend. She called me this morning and she said, your trial's not over. I said, no, we're in verdict watch. Hey, Kay. I said, we're in verdict watch right now. But, man, can y'all really, believe that in our country, our judicial system, 12 people who have never met you, they don't know your story. They don't know you personally, but they decide your fate. Hey, OLM. Hey, Emily. They decide, now we got boots on the ground. Let me check my TikTok first. I know you probably don't have Instagram.
Have us a grand old time that we're going to
do that. Hold on. I know. Why would people invite me to join as a guest? Okay. Ooh, okay, Forrest. I wish I could play the song, but I don't want to get I don't want to have a copyright strike because I get up and do the dance. I kind of got that boots on the ground dance, okay? I told Mariah yesterday, I said, I heard they have line dance classes because I still don't have the Tamia line dance yet. And I said, it's about time I start hanging out with my peers. And when I learned boots on the ground, it was a group of women about my age learning line dances. And so maybe it's time for me to start hanging out with my people. Maybe my people are somewhere learning the Tamia line dance, or whatever all these dances are. It's time for me to start being with my peers. Are y'all at line dance classes? Because most of you guys are about my age that are in here. We're in the same age range. Hey, Lauren. The Tamia line dance, I know what I should be doing, but am I doing it when I should be doing it? Probably not. But I know 1, 2, 1, 2, go salsa, 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 then go out. I know how to, I know what I should be doing, but I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Pole dancing is a vibe. Yesterday in the gym, Shelly, my upper body strength needs some work before I can get back on that pole. Damn, that sounded like I was a stripper in my past life. I've been to pole class before. It really gave I was a stripper in my past life. Oh my God, that really did. We're not 58. It did sound like it just saying, let me tell you something funny. I don't know if you guys have seen any of my pictures, but I have dog paws on my thigh. Mel, why do you have dog paws on your thigh? I have dog paws because I said, y'all, let's have a tattoo party, right? It's about a couple of my sisters. We all hyped up. We're gonna get tattoos. I went last because I kept chickening out. And then I said, well, what can you do that won't hurt? He said dog paws, and my dumb ass said, okay. So now I don't wear shorts to my kids' school because I don't need them thinking their mom was a stripper in her past life. So I don't even wear shorts because of these dog paws. And so that joke is so funny to me because I looked right down and saw these dog paws. It really does give bringing to the stage. Oh God. Hey, Miss Eyes. Hello, how are you? Tasha said, Mel, you always give in to your intrusive thoughts. I do that often. I'm working on it. I am working, not the eve of the Bible. I pray for people who randomly come to this live because the host does give into intrusive thoughts. Okay. She said, I'm tatted from head to toe. I think I have 3 tattoos, and the only one that I could say okay with is this one on my back. My sisters and I have it, but no. She said, like, Jaleesa, the back of I have a tramp stamp. When I turned 18, girl, I thought I was grown. On my 18th birthday, I got a tramp stamp. What did I get? In Memphis, we had like these high school sororities and fraternities, and my name in mine, I was in one called PGK, and our sponsor was AK, and I got my name was Lucky Charm, and I got a tramp stamp that says Lucky Charm. Let me see. Hold up, y'all. You know I like to see Vinnie girl. Let me find them. So yes, we were just doing unnecessary stuff. I mean, I'll never forget the day my mama found out I had the tattoo. Hey, yes. My mama was I was trying on my prom dress and I forgot all about it. Prom was in May, so I got it in March. She said, what is that on your back? I forgot all about this big tattoo on my back. Oh, pretty, you got one too? Can y'all put a 1 in the chat if you got a tramp stamp? Just saying said, Mel, you were trying anything once. That's experience. Just saying, you're so positive. Sugar Mama got one. Oh wow. Oh, it's a couple of y'all in here with tramp stamps. Y'all, I didn't tell you to put 0. Hey, Blackbird, thank you too. I got your Cash App yesterday. I replied, thank you. It's a lot of ones. Alice, ain't nobody tell you. Y'all don't follow instructions because I never said anything about a 0. Never said anything about a 0. She said, good morning, my tramp stampers. Mine is big across my back, okay? Oh, well, I was 18. We were kids.
Not friends with Jennifer McCabe or with Carrie Roberts. John O'Keefe was the common thread. And it was really for John and looking out for John that these women went and joined the defendant in that so-called search for him that morning when only Karen Reed could see him.
Kaylin, what were we thinking? It's on Vinnie's channel. Okay, I don't know Vinnie's channel, Lauren, but I'd love to see some boots on the ground. Forrest said he's gonna send us some stuff. I need to probably turn my TikTok notifications on my phone. Hold up, Vinnie. Oh, Vinnie Politan. Oh, he is live. Oh, y'all, he does have some people. Lucky Charm. What does Mariah think? Mariah's a kid. Tasha, Mariah's a kid. Mariah has like 3 tattoos now. I just don't even count anymore. 3 or 4. Hold on, y'all. He's in their faces. He said Court TV does not play with him. Let me turn it up.
Hey, Vinnie. Hold on. Hold on. Let's try to do this. Can you hear us now?
Vinnie is.
Can you hear us?
Faces. Yeah. Court TV can get.
How about now? No.
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
What's going on?
I don't know why we can't hear him. How about if we? Hold on.
What do you know?
Do you think today's gonna be the verdict day? She wants to know.
Today,
Do we think it's gonna be today? Can you hear me now? Just making sure you can hear us. Okay.
Okay, they can hear.
Melanie, because I'm hearing it too. Do we think today is verdict day?
I believe the most likely day is Wednesday.
Oh.
By my own theorem that I've developed through the years. I plugged in the numbers. Wednesday afternoon, I believe, is most likely in a normal verdict. But as we know, we never know what a jury's going to do. So if it comes in today, I think there'll be a quick verdict.
I think so too.
Until we get past Wednesday, I think we're in the range of normalcy. Once we get past Wednesday, I think then we're into a long deliberation.
Yeah.
And that's my theorem.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
All
is
right.
the girl with the glasses that y'all are talking about?
Yeah.
I'm streaming, you're streaming, everybody's streaming. I stream, you stream, we all stream.
I know that's right, Vinnie.
Fantastic.
Vinnie
All right.
seems a lot more
How you
fun
doing?
off
Oh,
Court
yo,
TV.
good. So we just jumped onto Melanie Little's stream for a second. You're back.
Yara, I have never seen her.
Right. You're back. Well, where's everybody else?
Hey,
Is
Missy.
the weather? Is it school's out?
Wait a minute,
Is
where
it
did Missy
people don't
go?
have enough vacation days? What's going on?
I'm not sure.
Dave.
I mean, we've got like 1/3 of
Goodbye,
the people
Erica.
that we had yesterday.
Yeah. Thinking we were hoping it
Oh,
happened.
congratulations,
yesterday.
Missy.
Yeah, maybe it fills up in the afternoon.
Dave,
But the
you
problem
seen me
is,
a lot
I've
of
heard it can
stuff
happen
you
at any
probably
moment.
haven't seen yet.
You got to be here to.
Because I be telling y'all, it's like one of me, and it's probably 100 people sending me memes on a daily basis. So some of them I've already seen before, but I haven't seen her before.
Be here.
That's it.
Right?
Been here since day minus.
Yeah.
God knows
Like Jennifer
pre-trial.
McCabe.
All right.
Does.
Yeah.
Can't quit now. See
You
you later.
started it all. Too.
I started.
Turtle boy.
I started it all. They're blaming me for this. All right, folks. Oh wait, maybe I can I see the comments now? I think. Oh, for the first time I can see the comments. All right, so I'm going to sit down and maybe go through some of the comments. I'm
Like
going to sit
Vinnie
down for
on
a
this
second
stream
and
like
go through the
me.
comments. I just got to find a place to sit.
What Where is his
Comments weren't popping
security?
up yesterday, but they're popping up today. Hello. But I'm telling you, the truth of the matter here, as we wait, is that a verdict can happen at any moment. I don't know when. You don't know when. Nobody knows when. Anybody tells you they know when the verdict's coming, they're lying to you. Only the 12 people inside know, and they may not even know at this point. Hello. Oh, here she is. You never know who you're going to bump to. It's Susan Hendricks, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
Is this thing on?
Yeah, we're live streaming.
Okay.
So,
What do you think today?
I use my theorem. You know, I have a theorem. My theorem puts this at Wednesday afternoon.
Hey, kids. Hey, Shataka.
Normal case would end
Okay.
Wednesday afternoon. So if it happens before Wednesday afternoon, it's a relatively quick verdict.
Yeah.
Today would be a quick verdict.
Mm-hmm.
After Wednesday, we're getting into long deliberation. I think we get past Wednesday, we're going to start thinking, is it possible that they're hung up?
I just got a text from Kirk Nermy, right? He said, were they dressed up, the jurors? I said, I didn't see.
Somebody told me that they're dressed a little bit nicer today. I didn't see them myself. But
Does that mean something that they're?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what does it mean? That they're ready to go or ready to do?
Yeah, if you're going to deliver a verdict of this magnitude,
You got to be dressed up because I'm coming to Sunday's best.
So I covered a trial in this courthouse years ago. It was 90 degrees in the courtroom, no air conditioning, but they didn't take days off. They kept plugging along, 2.5 months. The judge asked us to not report on it. I'm doing it years later, but the jury was dressed.
Read that formal kiss. It's okay, friend. We gonna speak anyway.
To death of it, right?
It'll be 30 minutes from now. I'll be saying, hey, kids.
It was hot.
Did you want? She couldn't hear before.
They deliberate. They start deliberating on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Friday morning, they show up dressed to the nines.
You knew.
And it was verdict day. And it happened. So I have an unconfirmed report from someone I spoke to on the other side of it.
Yeah.
That said, the jury looks like they're dressed a little nicer today.
Ooh, just got the chills.
Yeah. So I'm on standby. It could happen at any moment.
Listen.
I have an idea.
It's
With
just
taxpayer money.
sparkling
Should they
everywhere.
see it?
You hear
Should they
me?
get it?
No, you can't. It's historical.
Oh.
Do you remember two Italian Americans named Sacco and Vanzetti?
No.
The Sacco and Vanzetti trial?
No.
Okay, so these were two Italian Americans.
I can watch him
They were falsely prosecuted in this courthouse. They were on trial. It was one of a very famous trial. There was a mob out here with pitchforks, literally wanting to.
What year?
You're going early 1900s.
Tell me when you're ready.
Early,
I was there.
What are we talking about?
we weren't there, and there were no cameras in the courtroom. But I mean, they were on trial in cages at the defendant's.
Courtney, why do you think the verdict is in?
So that's one of the most historic trials in the history of our
nation. And who is Courtney?
And it happened in this
I went to Arizona State.
Keith, let's confirm first.
That's part of the reason.
Courtney.
It's very historic. Like the whole town is historic.
Yeah.
Let me confirm
the courthouse
first.
itself, so they can't put air conditioning.
That makes sense.
Now let me tell y'all something right damn now. Okay, Courtney, I was stopping this live to say, don't come in this live playing with us talking about the verdict is in. This is a serious situation. Okay, we're not gonna be playing no games in here today. We are on edge. Do you hear me? Pins and needles. Okay, Courtney, you can't joke like that here. Courtney, some people have been waiting 3 years for today. Don't come here playing. She said, I'm just joking. Don't be. Not today, Courtney. Not today, friend.
That's why Judge Bet they had.
Also, Forrest, I'm going to check my TikTok. Let me know when you're ready. I'll send you the link. Actually, Forrest, I'm just going to text you the link, and then I'll see you come into the back office when you're ready. Get us some crowd reaction. Do you have a spoon, a fork, a pen or something to act like a microphone? Let's go. I am ready. I will go put some clothes on. You need me to change so we can really have this little anchor thing going on. Okay?
Had a Thursday off.
Yeah.
Hey,
Really
Paradox.
have that one little fan.
It's
fan
okay, Courtney.
It's so loud you can't hear anything when they turn it on.
Just thinking of New Jersey, that they wouldn't last.
Right. We do have a historical courthouse in New Jersey. It was the one where you had the baby that was kidnapped.
Oh yes,
Come on.
Lindenberg.
Lindenberg, correct. All right, that's correct for $500. Do you want to risk it or go to the next round?
Go to the next round. You're going to finish that story, though, about Sacco and Vanzetti. What did they do? What happened in the end? Did they get off?
Yeah.
What?
Governor Dukakis.
Yeah, after they were executed.
You did, yes.
They were executed. It turns out like evidence. It was not.
It wasn't evidence. They don't know. Yeah.
Evidence of it. And they stuck by it. The judge stuck by it, and they were executed.
They were executed. And then the governor finally
Leave Courtney alone.
a little late. That was Governor Dukakis. So it was years later that they were pardoned. But yeah, it was a wrongful persecution of 2 Italian Americans.
Can you ever determine, Vinny, based on the length of how long they're out, for a not guilty or guilty? Or
No. It depends on the nature of the case. Grace,
Yeah.
what time is it? Let me make sure. What do I have? All right, I'm going to wrap it up. I'll wrap this in 5 minutes, Grace.
What, Ash?
Good, how are you?
No, it depends on the nature of the evidence.
Okay.
If it's overwhelming one way or the other, then you're like, yeah, okay, so quick.
Remember Casey? Devil is thankless.
Oh, why does she remind me of that? Why does she remind? Yeah, well,
Hey, Ash, they working hard to get that man out.
So that,
Yeah, they
public
working
opinion,
hard to get Kelly.
99% prosecution,
Yeah.
jury didn't watch the same trial. Here, 85% of the public says not guilty. Did the jury watch the same trial? That's the question
Exactly.
that I have.
They're younger. What do you think about that?
Right.
That's the other thing. Have they seen newspapers? Have they talked to friends? They're young. They're all at the front seat. Fired. Do they know how difficult it is to be a mass state trooper and be fired?
Right.
On this case, but bias on this. I think their age, though. They're younger.
They're younger.
Are they on TikTok? Are they?
She started
No,
on
I
TikTok,
trust-
yes.
I trust
Yes,
jurors.
they are on TikTok.
All right, Vinny, good to see
All
you.
right, great to see you. Susan Hendricks, ladies and gentlemen. An HLN legend.
Vinny, hold on 1 second.
All right, I gotta go though.
Can you just take a quick picture?
A quick picture.
Not Vinnie mocking her.
Wait. All right, there we go. Perfect.
All right, thank you. I just have to run to go on the air.
I thought they said Diddy.
All right. All right, folks, I got to sign up, so I got to go live on Court TV. I got to get ready for that. All right.
Look at Vinny multitasking.
You know what I like to do, guys?
No.
If I run up the stairs, everyone's going to think there's a verdict.
Now, Vinny, don't do that.
Yeah, but you don't wear your red tie.
No, the red
Yeah.
tie's ready. Yeah.
Okay.
Red tie's ready. All right, folks. So I have to go live, right, on Court TV?
You have to go live on TV. You have
How many minutes? How many minutes?
My watch is fast, 10:38. So.
Okay. So I have a couple minutes here. All right. I'm going to try to hit a couple of the.
Don't fall down them damn steps, Vinny. That's what happens
Second.
when you play too
Hit
much.
a couple of these comments. If I can. There's a ton of comments.
Because why would he say that? Why would he say that?
Let's see.
Ash. While Vinny is getting ready, does anyone in this live watch Nancy Grace? Because I watched a video of Nancy Grace's last night, and when I tell you that lady is pure comedy. Hey, Princess, when I tell you that lady is comedy, y'all, this when I tell you, I think she hates Diddy as much as she hates Casey Anthony. Ray J, she was on a show with Ray J, y'all. And Ray J came on there to defend Diddy. He was like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm about to debate Nancy Grace. And she said, did I hear correctly that you said that he is not guilty? Did I hear that correctly, Ray J? Ray J, is that what I heard? I mean, she didn't say, hey, she didn't say, oh, thank you. Just tore into Ray J so bad. I said, Lord, why would he play with that? He said, I think it's a circus. Are you saying the allegations are false, Ray J? We have seen video, and what you're not going to do is sit here and tell us that you didn't see it too. I would like to know why Ray J would take his ass on national TV to defend the man. You have daughters, you have sisters, you have a mother. Ray J should have just set his ass at home. I don't know. Baby, Nancy Grace tore into Ray J something serious. I don't know if he's still a fan. Talking about, I can't believe I'm going to be debating Nancy Grace. She looked at him for 2 seconds and just went. Okay? Baby, that lady is insane, y'all. She had 2 basketballs. Let me see if I think I know I posted it on my Instagram. Y'all, she had 2 basketballs yesterday. And she said, this is what Diddy is interested in. Where did she get 2 basketballs in her studio? Where did she get 2 basketballs in her studio? Y'all, the camera went to someone else. It came back. Nancy standing in front of. This is what he's interested in here. I said, where did this lady get 2 basketballs? Thank you, Brianna. Where was she then? Someone was on there saying, someone was on there yesterday, and they were saying, we're gonna switch. The jury may have a question, so I'm gonna switch to Court TV, so that I can see. Yeah, they're on a break right now, but I'll put it up. Nancy said, no, the person on there was saying that, I guess, I don't know this to be true because I don't know where Shaq came from in the comments, but she started saying that something about Shaq and his manhood, and that I guess it was a request that every entertainer, Diddy had to vet their manhood. And the lady was saying it. I thought Nancy was upset. I thought she was upset that the people, I just want y'all to hear it. I thought she was upset that they were talking about someone's manhood, right? Hold on, y'all. I gotta text my child. I thought she was upset that they were talking about manhood. Like, that's not what this case is about. So she started going off, right? She started going off on the people. And I'm like, damn, Nancy rude as hell, Baby, the whole time Nancy was tickled. Y'all listen to this. Hold up.
With previous testimony that we've heard,
listen to this foolishness.
Specifically wanted to see entertainers' genitalia before they were invited for a freak off because he wanted it to be as big as possible. And that plays into this.
Hold on, y'all got to see this lady. Hold on.
What?
Hold on, did it stop? It did.
What? Please call me. What did you say?
Keisha Tell told us this a few days ago.
What did you say about Shaq's genitalia?
I would have to assume that Shaq, being the person that he is a very large person in every aspect, Nancy.
Okay, see, here, Sydney, we talk about murder, serial murder, arson, child molestation, drug lords. I don't have time for euphemisms. Okay, yesterday, you, Tisa Tales, kept talking to me about how Sean Combs, one of the sex workers, to be, quote, well endowed. Okay, you're making it sound like, as I said, a trust fund at Harvard University when you're actually talking about the physicality, and I'm trying to put it delicately so we don't get thrown off the air, of the sex workers. Is that correct? That's a yes, no, Tisa Tales.
Yes.
Yes. And listen, Grandma. Okay. That's just a yes. Just a yes. Okay, Sydney Sumner.
Nick said y'all being too nice.
Don't put perfume on the pig. Tell it. And Kobe, what?
Well, that aligns with previous testimony that we've heard that Sean Combs specifically wanted to see entertainers' genitalia before they were invited for a freak-off because he wanted it to be as big as possible. And that plays into this sadism theme that...
Whoa, what?
Nancy said, excuse me, whoa, wait a minute. So I didn't know why she was so upset. Nancy said, y'all trying to make this sound like a trust fund for a kid that goes to Harvard. That's not what this is. Ash, what she say? Excuse me. Y'all, it's a man. So there's a defense attorney that's on this same clip. It's in my history. I'm gonna hold up, y'all. I'll put it up here for you guys. If anybody wants to watch it, it's in my history. So I'll put the link in here. Baby, she said, y'all trying to dress this up. Call it what it is. Don't try to be nice about it. Let's just call it what it is. Okay, y'all, here it is. This is what I was watching. I watch her often. Now, I don't think she does her show daily because I don't see things daily for her. Lauren, Nancy blocked you. What did you do to her? Don't blame Nancy. I'm sure she has a team doing it. But what did you do? Out here getting blocked. Well, you probably didn't do anything, Lauren, because that man from that covers Karen Reed, he blocked me. I've never said anything to him, but I do think he probably either thought I was a spam page or he didn't like my takes because he clearly thinks Karen is guilty. So yeah, she said, you trying to put perfume on a pig. Okay, y'all, let's go to Court TV now. Oh, wait a minute. Forrest, I see you down here, but it will not connect. Hold up. It says, I need to connect the microphone. I don't know why. Oh, you have to connect your mic and your camera is what it's saying. Okay, y'all, let's see. Let me put Court TV up. Why? Because I see y'all in the comments.
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that
same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022. As a witness or otherwise? Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies today.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing.
We've got some breaking news. We understand that the jury has a question. We're going to let the clock continue as we wait for the judge to take the bench and provide some answers.
Oh, Lizzie, I'll check it. Thank you.
We're approaching the 11-hour mark of the deliberations. We don't know what the question is. We just got word from our team on the ground that there is something that this jury has a question about.
Yes,
While we wait to hear what it is, I want to bring in attorney Rick Grundy. He's in the private sector now in Massachusetts. He's a heavy hitter there. He formerly was a prosecutor and headed up the homicide unit in Norfolk County. Rick, while we don't know what the question is, and if we get it before we have to take a commercial break, I'd love you to weigh in on it. But something else that we've wondered about here, if, and we don't know if Karen Reed will be convicted. She could be acquitted, could be a hung jury. We have no idea, obviously. Let's just say, for the sake of our analysis, if she is it likely that the judge would revoke her bond immediately and remand her into the custody of the local sheriff's department?
Yes, it is, for the reason being that the charges she faces have minimum mandatories. So regardless of what the sentence would be, she would be serving time.
Okay, y'all, we're gonna swap. The fan is up, so it's just a fan. It's not anything going there, but it's the fan. The time does look slightly different. Yeah, they're like a minute or two apart. Yes, Leah. Yes, hey, Fim. Good morning. Don't be nervous, Shataka. Don't be nervous. This is what I firmly believe, man. I think everything we go through in life, there is a reason. None of us know the reason or understand it. But I do think it's just part of our plan. I just can't, I can't see God wanting that woman to go to jail. If she does have to go to jail, maybe it's a bigger purpose behind it, but I just can't see it. Lord, please no. Shay, changing the venue may have been something they probably should have done. You might be right. Brianna said, I trust Law and Crime more than court TV. I'm telling y'all this today. I was getting, like I said, making breakfast, like, damn, 12 people you don't know really decide your fate. And that is just, these people, think about us. These people don't know us from a can of paint. And we get on here every day and we talk about them. Every day we're here and we're talking about, I want to know what the question is, baby. I bet you the question about the phones or some foolishness like that. Kids, everybody says that. Okay, y'all, here we go. Damn, Bev here really looks messed up today.
Court is in session. Excuse me. I was just informed that somebody
Baby, y'all, I'm not gonna tell y'all. When Bev sat down, I thought her hair was a little bigger.
So, counsel, why don't you come on up?
No, tell us the question. She looked bewildered today. Tell me the question. I don't know what's going on with Bev hair, but it looks a little worse today. It looks like she was back there sleeping in the office and they said, Bev, she said, huh? They said the jury got a question. I'll be right there. Like she was back there asleep. I know. Hey, Paris. They better not make it a secret. Tell me the question. Yeah, it might be today. 12 people can send you to jail, Sharonda. Man, that was on me heavy today. I was like coming down the stairs and I said, damn. It really is a jury of your peers. You don't know these people, but 12 of them can send you straight to jail. No. Yeah, I want to know what the freak. They better tell me the question. Hold up. Why? Hold up. Let me. I'm about to message you first. You shouldn't have an issue. Y'all, it's giving Duke. Y'all remember Duke had this same problem. Key said she thinks it's about the verdict slip. OLM, yes. Bye, Ash. Hold on just a sec. Yeah, I'm listening over here. I'm trying to figure out how to use this app. I mean, Key said he was supposed to be here anyway. Okay. Into the studio.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this.
What can't you do? What can't you do? Yeah, bye, Ash. They're not gonna tell them? I wonder if y'all remember. I don't know. These questions drive you crazy too because they have you thinking: is it guilty? Why did they ask this? What was going on? Remember those YSL questions? Miss Renee, they need to tell me the question. Okay. Oh, Karen and her mom are matching. That's so sweet. Y'all think it's the verdict? Yeah, I looked at the verdict slip and I'm just going to be honest. I didn't think it was confusing. If you're not going to find her guilty of those other charges, then just don't select guilty. My only thing with the verdict slip, though, there's so many guilties and there's just one not guilty, right? I think it's a mental thing and that's probably why they wanted it changed. AJ is right, baby. What y'all? Hold up. Day, I'm gonna tell you now, I'm not going over YSL questions. You said questions from YSL? What questions? What questions, Day? I just think that's the only thing I can think of, Shay. Like the mental aspect of seeing so many guilties and one not guilty. That's it. Other than that, if you don't want to find her guilty, you just don't check those boxes. Let's see. Let me see what Sue said. And thank you guys so much too for Cash Apps. I don't my Cash App, I don't know. I think I put it on Face ID, so I don't get the alerts. So but thank you guys so much for the Cash Apps that you guys sent me yesterday, I think over the weekend. Sue said Karen is smiling. Family reacts happily when Yannetti speaks with them. Baby, what's the question? Members of Karen's section are crying. Karen is crying. Oh, happy tears? Happy fucking. I'm gonna have to move this desk back. I might need to put on some appropriate bottoms as well. I have on some shorts right now. I'm gonna have to move up because I feel like I'm gonna get up. And I don't want to get up and y'all see nothing but butt in the camera. I'm gonna go put some pants on. Why the fuck they crying? already crying. She said Karen is smiling. Y'all gotta update my TikTok. I'll be back. Hold up.
Counsel, what I'd like to do is I'm just going to read the questions to you now. So please take your seats. So I'm going to read the questions. I'm going to have them marked. Then I will take a short recess, let you all talk about it, and then come back.
Thank you.
So, all right. So I received 3 questions from the jury. The first one is, they appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5. OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? So I will give you some time to consult. I think the first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's pretty clear cut what they're looking for.
Thinking, baby.
The second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? Well, we know they are evidence and they can give them whatever weight they want. I would also be inclined to give a humane practice instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like, before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Reed. So think about that when you
Come on, sugar mama.
when I come back out. But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction, and also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What I'm proposing, I gave you both a verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction into the verdict slip. I've given each side a copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step, an analysis to do it. So how much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Perhaps 15 minutes.
Okay, and the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay, so it's 7 past. Why don't I come out at 25 after, give you 20 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, y'all, how we feeling? I don't know. I'm feeling, I gotta go back though. I need to go back, guys. I apologize because I needed to hear that time frame for the OUI.
They're cut what they're looking for. The second one, third, does I charge offense 0, then I will come back.
Thank you.
So
I want to hear the time frame again.
all right, so I received 3 questions from the jury. The first one is, they appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5. OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge?
That's a good question.
So I will give you some time to consult. I think the first one, I'll hear from you.
Hold on. Damn it. Hold on, y'all. I got to see what's going on with ours, baby.
This is crazy.
Let me say this is drafts. And I see. Hold on, y'all. Okay, so while we're trying to work that out, but here's the thing. Okay, what are you guys thinking based off of the questions that they have asked? Now, for me, whether it's at 12 a.m. or 5 a.m., I'm voting not guilty because they didn't do any testing until later on. So for me, it's a not guilty there. The testing wasn't done until 9, and even when they tried to go back, it just didn't add up for me. So yeah, but I just can't. I couldn't vote her guilty because I don't know if she was drunk. I don't know if she was drunk. I don't know if she was drunk at those times. So I could not vote guilty there when I don't know. Kiss. Remember, she drove to Jen's house, right? But I just don't know. I don't know. She did drive the next morning, Kiss. Remember, she drove from her house to Jen's, and then they drove back to her house. So, I don't know how to feel about that. Thank you, Lizzie. Lizzie said, let me get back to Lizzie's. Lizzie says that was a great question, by the way. 2 hours is the limit for OUI blood tests. Okay, Lizzie, thank you so much for that. Hold on, y'all. Okay, let's see. Kat says, remember, 5 has operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating with a blood alcohol level 0.08% or greater. They can check either or both. Thank you for that. I'm gonna have to pull out the slip again. Hold on, y'all. These comments are coming fast. Only OUI can only go towards the crime pertaining to John O'Keefe. Thank you, Brianna, for that. I'm not feeling good about these questions, especially 2 and 3, but I'm hoping I'm wrong. Well, Tarina, I do think they were great questions. Remember, this jury has not set up and talked about this case like us, right? To me, I'm with Key. It means there is some conversation. There is some dialogue going on back there. Maybe some debates. Maybe some people need some clarifications. I'm very optimistic about the questions, and I thought they were really great questions. Really, and to me, it sounds like they've gotten down to they kind of going over their verdict slip now. That's what it feels like to me. They are going over the verdict slip. That's what it sounds like. They may have their votes and need some clarifications. I don't know. Lacey Ann says those videos, she admits it, in Massachusetts, she was drinking and driving. You don't have to be drunk. The verdict slip is confusing if you look at offense number 2, 4, and 5. It just says OUI, but above it, not in the checkbox, says motor vehicle homicide. I have it. I'm gonna have to pull it up again. Key, that's how I feel. I don't feel like they have thank you, Kay. I don't feel like they have proof of that. Let me look at Betero. Thank you, Kay. Let's see what he just said. Okay. To the surprise of absolutely nobody, the jury appears confused on count 2 and the lesser included, most notably the OUI. It does appear the jury is entirely focused on the OUI based on all 3 questions, which seems to be a very bad sign for the prosecution. However, the inclusion of the OUI does seem to be making at least one juror considered the off-ramp rather than a full-blown acquittal. All in all, didn't sound great for a conviction on any of the homicide-related charges. Agreed. I agree with that. I agree with that. Kat says max sentence for the OUI, and hey, Kat, would be crazy if Karen has no record. And let me see if I can send it to my phone. I'll send it to my phone and put it up on the screen. I have to figure out which phone it's in. Hold on, y'all. Isn't this lovely? While I'm looking up the form, let's listen to some foolishness real quick. Isn't this lovely? Hold up. Let me make sure. Hold on, y'all. Child, I feel bad. Child, I feel bad. I done answered the. Hold on, Miss Jada called me. Y'all done answered the phone. I said, friend, I done told my life. Y'all want to hear something funny? Because I thought you were calling me about Diddy. Whole time she said her mom had a stroke, so I'm happy I'm getting ready to go home. I get to see her mom. Child, I thought the girl was called. I thought she was coming to tell me something. Girl, I did. Oh, come on, ponytail. Yes, ma'am.
This jury is pissing me off.
You pissed off?
I am.
Okay, tell me why. I'm actually optimistic because I feel like they're now going through the verdict form and they're trying to get clarification before they send this lady to jail. I like the question because with OUI, I have said from the start, why would they convict her on OUI when no one checked her that night? We all know you get drunker as the night goes on.
Why we care what time it was? It don't matter. Ain't nobody do a test.
But listen, let me tell you something. Their times were 12 and 5. I said, oh, nobody was testing her at 12 or 5. Not a soul. So what are we doing?
Why do 5 even matter? She ain't hit nothing but John's car at 5 o'clock. Yeah. Skip that one.
Forrest. Hold on. Now, Forrest, if you want to just call me on the phone, I could call you and put the phone up to the screen. We could do that too. Forrest is actually in Canton, and I was trying to get some live interview for some people down there, but StreamYard is acting crazy. Forrest, if you let me, I'm gonna message you on TikTok now. You can always call me. But yeah,
I don't want them to convict her or nothing.
Yeah, me either.
I'm optimistic because you can't get the 2 without handling 1.
Yeah.
So they don't have no questions about 1.
Yeah.
But I'm scared because why is your question about the OUI? Like, why do we care?
Because I think
she was drunk.
Someone in that room said, well, she was driving drunk. And they're like, okay, well, let's ask them what time. Dang, hold up. I need to get Forrest this my other phone. Hold on, I don't know the number. But yeah, I think someone in there is like, well, she was driving drunk, and they're like, well, I don't know if we can convict her based off of that. And they probably said, well, what time?
And everybody knowing, hey, he about to say she was drunk the whole 5 hours.
Well, I would hope the lawyers and Bev allows the lawyers to say, Forrest, call the second number, not the first one. I hope the lawyers I hope Bev allows the lawyers to tell them, like, technically when a person can be found guilty of drinking and driving. They didn't test that lady.
They didn't test.
TL Goldie said she's scared too. Probably so. Key said, I bet the person who's stuck on that charge is somebody older. Hey, Aaron. Probably so.
You know it. I just saw something else. I said Turtle Boy feels the questions are a good sign. I just feel like it's a good sign because that means they're
the murder. I think they saying she they're not doing that second degree murder. They I gotta look at the charge sheet again.
Best it can be like she was, and I think her being drunk is the only one that they don't have to prove that intent is like it was just like she was just so drunk she was out of it. But again, you didn't test her.
Yeah, they didn't test her.
Now, like I said, I would be inclined to go with that if you were going to say to me, while she was there at the hospital, they asked her, when was your last drink? And it's noted there in her file. And then they test her and they go from there. But we just going by, you think she was drunk at midnight?
I don't know. Karen, I don't know who said that, but I heard someone say I can't do it again. I thought it was Hank. And Shataka, I think because the blood test was given at the hospital and it was a serum test. Was it a serum test? The where they tested her alcohol levels? It was a serum test. Okay. So for me personally, man, I don't know. I'm with T. I don't know why they're stuck here.
I believe so. OUI years later without a sobriety test is irritating to me.
Yeah,
but
I do agree.
That's irritating.
I think she was saying, y'all.
Sobriety test is absolute.
I don't think she said I'm drunk. Hey, KSW. I don't think she said I'm drunk. I think she said something to the effect of, I knew I wasn't the best. I wasn't going to get, hold on, y'all.
Well, remember they used
hold up.
Clips.
Let me see.
3 different things.
Hello.
The first clip she said that they had, that was the one about the week.
Hey! I'm sorry. Let me go on mute.
Okay, come back.
Hey, friend. I don't know why StreamYard. Can I put you on speaker? Okay, I'm put you on speaker. Okay, Free, I got you on speaker. I don't know why StreamYard was acting so crazy.
Yeah, it wouldn't let me turn on the camera or the mic, so I don't know. It's acting kind of clunky.
I don't know what that was about, but at least we got you this way. This worked.
The audio. I'll give you as much audio and the flavor down here. Right now, I guess you heard the questions.
How do you feel about the questions?
I think they're hung up on the second count, the fifth, the OUI, obviously, and they asked if they can they judge it, was she drunk at 5 a.m. or 12:30. So I think that's the charge they're hung up on, which is a good thing. Yeah, just hurry up and wait. I guess Bev's gonna look it over, and the attorneys are gathered in there to see how she's gonna answer these questions, if she will. As far as the interviews, I mean, that's she's gonna not do anything. She's gonna say they're in evidence, so nothing you can do there, nothing to see here.
Yep.
But again, I knew that those jury instructions were. I mean, everyone's been talking about them down here. I just had breakfast after they, initially pulled up and everyone went in. I had breakfast with a lot of the OGs, the ones that were here at the beginning, the fundraisers.
Oh, wow.
Nick Rocco and a couple Canton cops that are retired and joined Karen's side. So we were discussing basically what's going on, and it just comes down to, you know, kangaroo court. It's a friggin' shit show. It's a circus, and it's those instructions were horrible. I mean, every content creator from Betero to Melanie, they all agree. I mean, awful instructions. The font on that last charge, they changed. Here's something interesting as far as the font. The font size is smaller on the fifth count. If you look at the jury instruction, it is smaller font. So they tried to fit it into one page, and it's just clunky. It's confusing for the jury, and that's what they're hung up on. They don't know what, you know, they don't know if they, it's a tricky, you know, form as far as the charge 2 with the lesser included charges under it.
Well, let me say, I was one of the ones for us. I was like, well, it doesn't seem that confusing if you don't want to find guilty, but obviously there are some people who want to work through it. And now they're based on their question and me remembering that verdict form. I'm like, okay, I can see how that is confusing, because I wondered that too. If we don't find her guilty for the count, and then you have the lesser included, then does it still go towards that charge, the initial charge? I can see how it's confusing now, especially with their question. Forrest, they want to know, do you have on pink today?
I got a pink Red Sox hat. It's a vintage, it's an all-star game when they played in Texas. So it's a pink hat with the Boston Red Sox sign with the Texas star on it. It's a unique Boston Red Sox hat.
I know, that's right. Okay, so he does have on some pink.
I got a polo, kind of a hoodie. It's kind of pink, but it's a little orangey pink.
Is it salmon like the woman had on yesterday, Forrest? Vinnie was interviewing someone, and he said, well, it looks like you have on salmon to me.
Oh, Vinnie, he's down here trying to ham it up, talking to people. I mean, not a lot of the supporters are giving him the time of day. He's a clown. He's such a clown. I see him down here, and I mean, bandwagon jump at the last second. I mean, his show is just, Court TV has become the dredge of, you know, true crime. They get the worst panels. It's awful. I mean, and if you want to go to, this is the source, the boots on the ground here down in Dedham. If you want the scoop, you come down here. You talk to the people that know, that are in the know. Like these, you know, and there's a lot of, you know, we've seen a lot more media come in the last couple of days down here, Inside Editions down here. Obviously, some of the Boston media, which haven't really been covering it. The Boston Globe is kind of a left-wing, liberal, very liberal newspaper, as opposed to the Boston Herald, that has been really on Karen's side, and especially Howie Carr, who is, you know, he has constantly been writing for his whole career, over 40 years of beat writing onto the corruption that's going on.
Wait a minute, Forrest. They are telling you, they keep saying, Forrest, go away from the camera. It's what are we on, y'all? We're on Law and Crime. We're on Law and Crime.
I can find some streams. I mean, I see the alternate corner, Resistance to Justice is down here.
Oh, okay.
No Melanie Little, but you know, Vinny's down here, but I don't want to go near him.
Don't go, Forrest, don't go near Vinny. Keep your spirits high, okay? Keep your spirits high. Don't go near Vinny, okay?
I'll say something to Vinny. I got a big mouth.
Please don't go near Vinny, because
fucking skinny in those pants, those skinny jeans. Fuck, and I'll give him a mouthful.
Forrest, we don't want to see you on the news. Forrest, we don't want to we don't want to be in Boston talking about free Forrest. Please don't. Please don't.
Right where I am. I got to see some old friends and chop it up and get some laughs. And my good friend who was here at the beginning, she knows Karen. I got a chance to, you know, speak with Karen's mom this morning, and it was nice. You know, I'm sorry.
I said, oh no, don't cry.
It was nice, man.
Oh,
really
wow.
Nice. And, you know, I got to shake Mr. Reed's hand. He came over to the crowd, and I was talking to Nick Rocco, and Mr. Reed came up, and he had some words and some really just gratitude, and he's a humble man.
I love it.
He's a good dad.
I love Mr. Reed. Looks like a really, really nice man. He
Love
really
him.
does. He really does.
No, he's a solid man. He's a dad's dad.
He
Good father.
you can tell. You can tell. But did you see that they said that Karen, her people, they were crying? Do you think they were crying just because that we all kind of can tell they're finding her not guilty on the murder charge? We know that they're finding her guilty. Oh wait, they're back. I'm gonna call you back. Bev is back.
All right. So
You hear me,
Okay,
Forrest?
give me
I'll
back.
call you back.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge, offense 002, section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? Our suggestion would be something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
Mr. Brennan, or whomever from the Commonwealth?
My suggestion would be 12:45.
And why is that?
Why?
The case has always been focused at that time. I don't think there's anything.
Ain't gonna fuck yourself.
Regarding the time.
Do we have the indictments?
No.
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a
Exactly.
time. All right.
I agree with the court on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember. If we can pull that up.
There's no time? I don't expect that there's any time. To be
All right,
found.
so I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something. To
He
that.
was OLM because at 12:45
All right.
they would have been like, mm-mm.
Are the video clips Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them?
Me too, Kat.
So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it.
Sure.
Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them. And then I would give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate. If any.
Okay.
Thank you.
I like that.
Otherwise, it's fine.
Hank, what the hell? Sit down. Hank, sit down. This is crazy.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's position?
I'll give a different perspective on this.
What?
Okay.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer should be yes.
Okay.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would evidence. Since they've been introduced substantively,
What?
like any other piece of evidence, there's no evidence. Consider them. I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would evidence.
Oh.
Since they've been introduced substantively, they are like any other piece of evidence. There's no difference, and there shouldn't be any reflection of a difference in the answer. We didn't introduce any evidence in this case and say you should give it any weight, if any at all. We didn't provide a instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is just like a photograph. It's no different than a physical piece of evidence. And so I think the answer should simply be yes. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence.
Okay, leave it there.
The court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that is different. Those instructions were already given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in their hand in the written jury instructions. And so, to put it most simply, as I think that we should, is this is a piece of evidence, and you weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever they decide, rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to
guidance
in any fashion.
My only suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them, it's in keeping with Massachusetts laws, in keeping with the responsibility that they have. Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of the law. I think the Commonwealth's suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate comment by the court is exactly as the court suggested initially, which is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
Yeah, I don't think that's bad. Not y'all talking about far as y'all new man. T, hold on, let me see what you said. Yes, I can, T. I apologize. You know y'all have to tell me that every time. Sorry. Bev hair is thick. T, I'm waiting to see the caption so I can move it. Now, does she really have to lick her hand every time? Hey, Black Sheep. Hold on, y'all.
All right, so what I'm going to say is, yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, then I'll go and I'll read the electronic communications and the humane practice. That covers it.
If the, I don't have a principled objection to it if the court adds the word if any.
I understand.
Because every single, I don't want them to think, for instance, the way that it's worded as the Commonwealth suggested it, they have to weigh it the same way they weigh other pieces of evidence. Every single piece of evidence is weighed in and of itself. It's individual to the piece of evidence that's presented. For instance, they could weigh the statements by Ms. Reed. They could give it no weight. Each individual juror could decide, I'm going to dispatch it altogether and give it no weight, while giving another piece of evidence, like whatever that might be, the testimony of one of the ARCA witnesses, complete weight. I think that we need to stress that the clips bear no additional weight, no additional gravity than anything else that they've considered. And the only way to do that is very simply, you give this the weight, if any, that you decide is appropriate. It doesn't, I think, comparing it and contrasting to other pieces of evidence in the case, it's unnecessary, and tends to suggest they have to give it weight.
Okay. So your objection's noted. Now
She's not
let's
gonna
get
do it.
to the
She just
third
moved
one.
on.
Does
Again,
convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
we wouldn't be here if
Your
Karen
Honor, I
didn't go
appreciate
tell
the
you.
effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2, and I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge 002 number 5 is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law.
Lynn, I can't stand it.
And then there
Okay,
are
Miss Pooh.
suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip. I'm happy to go over those with you and put those
Okay,
on
go
the record.
ahead.
Let me take a picture of this.
With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the language, the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you, quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right, I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on...
Under the guilty. So go ahead. I'll hear you further.
Going further, going under number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is excellent, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them.
Correct.
Which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on one second.
Of course.
Okay.
Oh, it is
same
hard.
suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following. And there's a typo. It says the parenthetical
We fixed
says,
it.
check one
didn't
of.
tell them?
Yes, so we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to, again, add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
On that page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
Moving down under sub 5, the
We still
OUI.
need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Okay, y'all. I was
Right.
wrong.
After the word stop
Y'all
and
were
sign the
right.
verdict slip.
Yeah.
That verdict slip is
And then
terrible.
under sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested that for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final
Hey,
edit would be in the final parenthetical.
Good
the last
morning.
sentence, if you find, I think her should be
Yeah.
changed to the defendant. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict
All
slip.
right.
You said it. You said it.
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Put some yellow hearts in the chat for Key.
Idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think that the edits, this proposed instruction explains it.
All right.
Hank, explain it
Would
to
I don't
him.
have any issue with if you state,
Hank, shut
if
up.
you
Hank knows he's lost, guys.
decide on a lesser included offense, it does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language that can be. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to. But I think the form that you filled it out with the edits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
What do you think about the defendant's position that
Yeah, Hank he seems
if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense. It would not include the higher offense.
All right.
Hank, shut up!
That's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing
Hank,
was
shut
bringing
up!
them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain, if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that. The only other thing is the digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should reemphasize that, and we're not asking for it.
All right, so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes,
All
thank you.
right, I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if we can, and we'll
Y'all
make
hate
copies.
it. I
So
think
we'll bring the jurors.
Yeah.
Let them know that we'll be bringing them in shortly, Tony. All right, thank you. all.
Y'all, I think Hank knows he's lost this case. Brianna, it seems like Hank is about to cry. And now juries are so unpredictable. Oh my God, they could be back there wanting to charge her for every damn thing. We don't know. We don't know. It seems like they don't want to charge her, at least for second-degree murder. It seems like we're on the oh God, hold up, y'all. It really feels like she's going to be not guilty. She could be not guilty across the board, especially after listening to their questions. But y'all, Hank, y'all, I don't know. Listen, yes, hold up. I wonder if I could do Zoom. Hold on. And share my screen. Hold on. Let me see. Let's see if we can get Zoom. Hold on. What the hell did I just do? Hold on. Okay. Okay, I don't know what that was. Okay. So let me see. Okay, there's a meeting started. Invite. Y'all, let's see. Let's just see if this works. I'm going to send this link first. I'm going to send you a Zoom link. And then we'll see if that works and see if I can share my screen. And I'll turn my screen off so that you're not seeing two of me on here. Y'all in the chat thinking, because I hadn't even thought about Zoom. I rarely use Zoom right now. Please like the live, guys. We're trying to get y'all something cute, okay? Well, Stephanie, the thing about it is they weren't there. And then my thing is, I hope the jury back there is saying why should we only charge her when it seemed like a lot of people drove drunk that night? Like a lot of people drove drunk that night. So yeah, hold up. Damn, I done lost the Zoom. Okay, I have the Zoom, but y'all, let's try to get it on the screen. Oh, let's see. I think we might have something here. We might have something here. I think we might have something here. Now I just gotta see. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should not have done Zoom through the app. Let me log in.
I got you, Mel.
Okay, can you see me?
I can see you.
Okay, I think I should have done it through the internet. I mean, I should not have gone through the app, so I'm gonna switch over.
Or try it again?
No, yeah, I'm just gonna swap over so that I can share my screen. Hold on just a second. I hope I'm pulling up the right freaking code. Hold on, Forrest. I need to see what this Zoom account is so I can know what I'm on. I have Zoom on my phone too. Hold on, y'all. I do have Forrest on Zoom, but I need to I should have put it on here because how are you guys gonna see it? If I put it on here, I'm gonna go out, Forrest. Click the same. Well, I don't know if it's the same link. I'm gonna send you the link. I'm gonna go out and put it on the web browser.
Okay, you want to send me another link?
Yep, I'm gonna send it to you in just a sec. I'm gonna put it on the browser.
All right, I'm gonna close this window.
Okay, y'all. All right, we figured it out. I'm gonna put them on Zoom. So just a moment. Okay, this is my Zoom. And let's start a meeting. What's today? Today is the 17th. I'm going to schedule it for, 40 minutes. Girl, am I paying for Zoom and I don't remember? Copy invitation. Okay, y'all. I figured it out. So now I'm going to start this meeting. It's still open on my app. There we go. Okay, y'all, I figured it out. Shit. Okay, I think I had. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Okay. Unmute. Okay, Forrest, I sent you a new link. That should be fine. Sorry, y'all. I'm starting a Zoom on here too. And I'm gonna turn my camera off here so that you guys can see. Y'all can see. So I hope you guys, okay. I didn't want y'all to see two of me. So I'm gonna just stop that. Oh, sorry guys. I think we figured it out. I think we figured it out. Let me send Forrest the new link. Okay, let me send him the new link now. And I think we're good to go. Whew, sorry about that, guys. I was trying to put it on my browser versus having it through the app. And I think I had both on at the same time. And please, guys, can you please like the live? Because I do see there's no YouTube chat. So that's why it looks like I'm talking to myself. That's why I'm talking to myself. But please like the live. Please like the live. I appreciate you guys for being here. We do have someone, a millionaire. We have Forrest. Y'all see him in the chat all the time. He is actually in Canton and is going to give us some information. Hopefully, we may get to talk to someone. I don't know. But I just sent him the new link. So he should be joining here too. I'm sorry for the ear ringing, guys. I did not. I thought I'd X'd off of the actual app. So let me see. I thought I'd clicked off of the app. Sorry, y'all. Hold on. Child, I forgot this is my real estate headshot. Missy, please subscribe. I'm like 300 followers away from 10,000. I'm going to do something super special at 10,000. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know if I want to do a 12-hour stream to get to the 300 or what, but something is coming up. Yeah, this is like my favorite picture. I'm talking about the makeup was cute. I love this shirt. Mariah said I look like I stole a shirt out of George Washington's closet, but whatever. Whatever. I love it. I love this picture. Mariah is a hater. Okay. Hold on. Let me look and see if he's on the Zoom yet. I probably should stay on that side. So I'm going to take this camera off. Okay. Here we go. But yeah, Mariah's a hater. Whatever. She said, you belong on a bill. Baby, not I belong, girl. I still have that shirt. Y'all, if you hadn't noticed, when you look at my pictures, I really am a person. I love shirts with bows on them, collars like this, puffy sleeves. I love a good fitted dress. I really have a really cute dress that I bought, and it's got these really cute puffy sleeves, child, but my butt would not get in it. I'm talking about my butt would not get in that dress to save my life. Do you hear me? And I love that dress. And I just keep hoping that maybe somebody can fix it to where I could fit it. I just keep praying, or maybe I lose weight. Maybe my butt will go down, something. It is such a cute dress. Y'all, listen. I love it. Hi, Brittany. Brittany became a new member after the chat got locked out. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you so much for becoming a new member. I appreciate you, Brittany. Thank you. Amanda, yeah, they when they don't like the live, and the sad thing about it, guys, I don't know how to bring the chat back if I wanted to on my own. I just don't know how to do it. I wish I did. I don't know how to do it. Am I okay? Yeah, it says in. I don't. They can't charge Karen with DUI because they didn't check her blood or urine at 12:30. Miss Pooh, that is my frame of thinking. You did not check her. at 12 or 5. So why are we asking about either of those times? She was not checked. No one tested anything. So why are we even there? Listen, she said if you did, we'll be playing freestyle. Oh my God. Key, I don't know how to do it. One day I'm going to sit down and learn, but I don't. But she said it, y'all, and it's evidence. Mia, did she say she was drunk? I know what you're talking about, and I felt like she was kind of saying like, I knew I wasn't at my best, right? I felt like that's what she was saying in those clips. Thank you. She said she was drunk, Lacey. But see, Mia. So here's the thing. Thank you, Ronnie. Here's the thing, Mia. She inferred, but did she say she was drunk? Because I thought she said, now, okay, Lacey Ann said she openly stated she should not have been driving. But Lacey, does that mean she was drunk, or does that mean she wasn't at her? Because I remember her saying something like, I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway because I knew I wasn't at my best. Well, I guess that is I guess that's still drunk. I feel like tipsy and drunk, two different things. But I don't know. When Mia, here's the thing, Mia and Lacey, I trust them, right? We've been watching this a long time together, so I've seen their comments. And if you two are thinking that, the jury is likely thinking the same thing. Yep, Lizzie, she did say, I mean, I wouldn't have gone on the freeway. Mia, if Mia and Lacey are, if you guys are, and Lizzie just tagged in too, right? Lizzie just tagged in too. I feel like I trust y'all when it comes to this, so I'm gonna have to roll with my girls. I'm gonna have to roll with my girls and just say that if you guys are feeling that maybe she inferred she was drunk, is there going to be someone, because I don't trust Karen very much, okay? She was drunk. Is there going to be someone that says, hold up, room? Oh, hold on. Is there going to be someone who says, they didn't check her. We don't want to trust her. They didn't check her. Is someone going to say that? So we're going to see. Hold on. Invite. I'm going to copy this. Oh, hold up. It says, let me tell Forrest this. Why would they put a passcode on here? Y4L. Oh shit. Hold on, y'all. I'm over here tripping. But yeah. Is there going to be someone that kind of thinks the same thing that they are thinking, right? She inferred that she had been drinking. We're never going to know. We're never going to know we're not going to know until after all of this is over. After all of this is over, then we'll know. I would never vote guilty on DUI simply because of the type of test they use that is not allowed in criminal court because it doesn't meet the standards. I don't care what time they did the test. I think for me, it's not even about the test. It's more so the time they did the testing for me. That's the problem. Lacey said this is what the defense wanted to split the baby. Y'all see Forrest? Okay, thank you. There we go. Hey, Forrest. Now Forrest got a picture on there for us.
I gave you a little something. That's me in front of Bonnie and Clyde's car that got all shot up. when they were on their crime spree.
Well, hold on, Shayla. The test doesn't matter to me because they took it at 9. So yeah, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. Okay. All right, Forrest. We finally worked this out. We got him on.
Oh, you did a good job.
Got him on.
Nice work.
Got him on Zoom finally because y'all know I can figure it out, but it takes me
Not that hard. You did a good job.
Thank you. Not that.
All right, I'm walking right down the gambit here. I'll give you some video in a second. Let me I got 30 bars on my phone. So you got the 30 bars until I'm dead.
Well, don't go dead out there.
I might have to go back to my car and charge it.
Yes, please. You got to keep your phone because I do think we're probably getting a verdict today.
Yeah.
I think we're getting a verdict today.
Keep holding court over here. All right, here, let me give you a little Vinnie. Hang on.
Okay. Oh, this is so exciting. This is exciting. I think you got a background on there.
They don't have the exact.
I was just gonna go for a walk. Hang on.
You got a background on there, so it's not. We can't really see it.
Hang on. Let me see.
Okay.
Hold up.
I'm just waiting for something to come down here on the back.
Yeah.
Bye, Aaron. Astro Farce is crazy. Ash said he up there with the Lexus. Canton is in outer space. I'm actually excited. I am so excited. I want to hear from the people, boots on the ground. In fact, find me somebody with some boots on, okay?
I just want to hold it up and just stand behind him. Yeah. We can yell. I don't think.
Yeah, you got it?
I know he.
Leah, let me go look.
There you go.
So now we can see some people.
Sam, go for a walk.
Over there.
So excited.
You're here.
I feel like I'm there. I need to go grab a pink shirt. I think I'm going to go put some pink on, guys. I'm right by my closet. I'm going to go put some pink on.
What's going on here? There's the entrance.
Oh, wow. I love it.
Let's go for a walk.
Ooh, look at the purple hair. I know that's the right girl. Y'all, it's really a lot of people out there. I need to go on some pink.
Vinnie.
He should be back with Court TV at this point. Look at Vinnie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Y'all, this is crazy.
Question correctly. Alan Jackson, in his closing argument, introduced the concept or the idea that we don't know. Karen Reed could have been drinking after she returned from 34 Fairview before she left to go to Jennifer McCabe's house. In that case, 5:07 would be the time that the jury would think that she probably lived. Why would you have a question about it unless it's between those two time frames? Right?
Okay, enough of him.
Because Vinnie, what are you talking about?
Let's go find the beautiful people.
Find the beautiful people for us. And listen, oh my gosh, what does it feel like for us? What's the atmosphere? What is it like there?
Let me see. Everyone seems pretty calm.
Okay.
This is where they pull in over here, this little side street. So all these supporters are over here, and they line this whole side over here. So this is the main courthouse right here.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the district courthouse across the street where Vinny's giving his interview right now.
Okay.
So, and here's Forrest. Here you go. Let me go over here where my spot is.
So wait, you have a spot? Do you have a chair out there?
I got a little seat right here.
Oh, you did not play. Not you. Oh, you did not come to play.
I got my spot.
Oh, wow. So, okay. Are you there by yourself today? Do you have people?
I just kind of rolling up right here.
He said, Karen's
first off,
parade.
Thank you for, and I've said this, I've sent you a couple messages over thank you for just, doing.
Hold on. I'm going to add one here. Hold on.
And helping.
Forrest, hold on just a second. Don't go anywhere. Oh, y'all. Forrest, I can still hear you. I know you can still hear me too. Bev is back. Bev is back. So just Bev is back. She's giving, I guess she's giving the instruction now, or what she's going. She's on the stand, on the bench, but she's not talking right now. Oh, they just okay, y'all. I'm going back and forth, guys. He's showing us stuff too.
Coppers.
I'm listening.
We'll
go over.
Girl cops. 2 girl cops in that one. Oh, they're pulling in. No, thanks. There we go. What are they doing?
Right.
All right. What do we got? What's Bev doing?
She's just sitting on the bench right now. I think she's going to eventually go over the changes that she's made and what she's going to tell the jury. I didn't want y'all to be in the chat saying Bev's back, but she's not even doing anything. She's not doing anything yet. So
much going on here.
Are they barbecuing out there for us? Do they have food?
There's these 2 girls that just got out. 2 cops.
I wonder what's going on.
Say again, what'd you say?
I think they think we're getting a verdict today too. I think so too, Amanda. I think we're getting a verdict today. I think we are getting a verdict today. And remember they said it was like a heavy police presence. I think we're getting a verdict today. Based off of the questions, I think they're going through the verdict form. Remember when they started asking questions, when they start asking about their verdict form, baby, they've already gotten to what they're going to do.
I'm going to take a little walk, see if I can find some of my peeps.
Let's see.
All right, here's the tour. There's Scott McGinnis coming my way with Sandra Birchmore sign.
Oh.
There's Scotty. Of the sign, Scotty. Okay, let's see if I find my old friend. One of the olds. Oh, I might have you talk to Peter Murphy. Hang on.
Who's Peter Murphy? Okay,
And
hold on, Forrest, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on just a second, Forrest.
Okay.
Yeah. Hold on, y'all.
5, OUI at 12:45, or OUI at 5 a.m. The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case.
I think Forrest has it playing, y'all. Hold up. Okay, there we go.
All right, that's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question.
I gotta stop. Hold on, y'all.
A little bit, yeah. All right. You gonna be around here? Okay.
Hey, Chrissy, tell her we said hey.
She's helped Karen more than probably 99% of the people down here.
Yeah.
As far as fundraising, and she was here like at the beginning. I've known her for a long time.
Y'all, I'm gonna go back. I will go back to the to what Bev is saying. She's reading what we went over. So I'll go back to that. There was someone on the camera and I was trying to get back over so that we could see it. So yes, and Forrest, they wanted to know, is there anybody down there you can interview?
Yeah, I'll send you some links. I mean, I haven't seen Turtle Boy in a little bit. I got to talk to him in a little bit because I got a little scoop for him. But
I know that's right.
yeah, I'll get you some. I think the big thing is, again, it's coming to an end, but for what you're doing, get on other platforms. I know you did a couple of streams with other content creators. That's the way to really build your base. And find a cause, and just it's like just rounding people up and bringing people in. And if you do it in the way that to be a service, and give people wow moments, that's what really draws people in, I think. And I've seen a lot of good content creators. They start out small and they grow. I mean, Lawyer,
I know, I love Peter.
He started out, he couldn't even believe it. He's talking the other day where he had 6 people in the in his Zoom, and that was it, family and friends. And once people get to know you, and you be authentic, cut yourself. That's what people want to see. Like, cut deep.
Of course, I think
Go deep.
I tell y'all,
Be afraid. Don't die.
People know too much about my life. Yesterday, I went.
How long yourself? I want the chat. No, we want to hear it. Yeah,
when I got
want
back
that.
from the gym,
I want the inside. I want the backstage. You got to go backstage. You got to give people the backstage pass.
Listen,
and
they know too much of my life.
Yeah.
They know. Oh shit! Hold up. Okay, I am. They know too much about me. They know a lot. They know a lot about me. Someone said, Mel. I said, girl, I'm just getting from the gym. And they said, well, when you got offline, you said you were going. I said, I didn't go at that time. I didn't go. But they know a lot. I'm probably too
much.
With my with
let me give a couple shout outs. With my girl Key, Destiny. Let me think. Ash. Let me get some shout outs.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Where's my feminine? My girl?
Yes, Fem is. I think Fem is on here. I saw her on here today.
Where's my boy Ronnie? Little shout out to Ronnie.
Ronnie is on here. Ronnie's on here. She just did she's on here.
No, that's what it's about. You got to get to know people and get to know.
I'm happy to go through the experience of actually getting to know people in this community, and a lot of people have been here with me since I started with YSL. So I've talked to them probably more than anybody in my life outside of my children. I talk to this chat almost every day in some way. Oh, Nikki, we just saw them. We just
think you got to sell it too. What's ABC stand for? And I'm not talking Glengarry Glen Ross. You know, it's not always be closing. You know, it's not ABC. It's always be caring. The C is caring, connecting, communicating. ABC, always be caring. You know, that's how you sell this. How you expand and blow up your platform.
Krona,
You know,
I think we listen.
Don't want fake. Don't want phony. They don't want, you know, whatever. Just, you know, they want the good stuff. You know, they want the good stuff. The real.
Do you see that? Oh, he can't see it because he's on Zoom. They Forrest, they said, can Forrest cuss on here? I want to hear him say fuck you, Bev, one time.
Fuck you, Bev.
That's how I thought you were saying.
Yeah, don't get me fucking started on her. I'm just gonna go Southie, Dorchester, fucking Bev, that fucking douchebag. Fucking hate her. I hate her. They were just I just got some scoop on her this morning. Oh, what the hell? Somebody had something on her. Growing up, something about Quincy. Oh, the Canton cop, Peter Murphy. He was on a bunch of shows early on. He was one of the first policemen to come out and support a Karen and call out the Canton cops. Oh, what the hell was he telling me? Something. Oh, there was another trial. That other trial, I think I mentioned it in the chat. The Chesney trial, the cop that got killed.
Oh,
and it was Bev's first murder trial.
And that's the one she told the wife not to cry.
Yeah. So what happened in that trial? It was her first really big criminal trial because she's done civil cases. She's a civil judge.
That's what
you know. This is all new to her. That's why you can tell that she doesn't have it together.
Yep.
It's not organized. Her courtroom is just, she has no control of it. But in that case, she told the wife of the dead cop in her first murder. What happened was a psychiatric guy. He went loopy. He ended up grabbing the cop's gun and shooting him. And that first trial was a mistrial. And the wife, they were a really big cop family. They were pissed at the prosecutors, at Bev. And Bev told this to the guy's wife, said, I don't want to see you crying whatever the verdict may be, no emotion. She told the guy's wife, like, you can't cry or I'll remove you from the courtroom.
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean? Like, she just doesn't get it. She doesn't get it. Like, these are people that have lost, like, everything. You know, this woman that, you know, she loved her husband. He was a good Weymouth cop. And in fact, that girl that I just introduced you, she knew the whole family, you know.
Oh, wow.
And we were talking that over breakfast, you know, what Bev said to that wife of that, you know, poor officer that lost his life, you know. And granted, it was a crazy scene. The guy was, you know, psychotic. He was running. It was like a big police chase. And the guy had him cornered. And the psychiatrist, I forget his name, but he somehow got a hold of the cop's gun and he killed him with it.
Oh.
And then the hung jury, the mistrial was because the jury was hung. They wanted to let him off because he was, you know, he wasn't responsible. You know, they had the insanity, you know, in play in that case. And Bev screwed up that whole trial, and they had a second trial and he was found guilty.
Oh, wow. Was she the lawyer? Was she the judge?
Oh, it's like her whole body, body of experience and evidence and in the judicial arena is bad. Like, boom, she's had already 2 mistrials, you know, on her first 3 trials, really. This is 1, 2, this is her 4th, really. You know, this is her 4th murder trial, and she's only batting 50%, you know, she's batting 50, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not like baseball, you know, if you're batting 500, you know, you're doing good, but not in this arena. You know, this is high stakes.
Yeah, Bev, and I could feel that when people said that this was, she didn't have a lot of experience. I'm like, okay, it makes sense. Oh, wait a minute, I'm gonna extend this. So it's 40 minutes on here. Hold on, just a second. I'm gonna extend my Zoom.
What's going on in court?
Nothing right now. We're gonna go back and watch. watch what she told the jury, but they're back.
Okay, why don't I do this? I'll sign off. I got to go charge my phone for like 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, well, if we get a verdict today, then we'll come back on then.
Send me another Zoom link.
Okay.
And I'll get Karen when they're coming out, and everyone it'll be a mob scene if that happens. So I'll get that all for you. Give me a jingle back. Oh wait, this lady's cool. I was talking to her. Hang on. There's my girl from West Roxbury. What's up, girl? Hang on.
Just
Just hang on. Say hi to Mel.
Hi.
my brother, just like me.
We got foul mouth. Give her some profanity.
I can't on the phone, but we have one thing in common.
Potty mouth.
Karen, sorry, we got bad potty mouth.
Good to see you. When Mr. Reed came up earlier, I was standing right next to him. I was like, and then the walk-in, like Weasel came walking in. I was literally like 10 or 15 feet from him across the street. And I was cracking some jokes and because you're supposed to be quiet, like when they're walking by. And then the O'Keefe family was like, filing in, and they walk right by everyone, and Karen, they do the silent salute, which means this is I love you sign language. So everyone's got the silent salute for Karen when she's walking in, but that lady was standing next to me and it was funny. I was just, I was
well, she
throwing some zingers, like not real loud, but the people around me could hear. And then Mr. Reed came up and was talking to Nick Rocco, one of the other fundraisers for Karen. And I was talking and then the three of us were talking for a second. And then I got a nice handshake from Mr. Reed and, just said, hey, today's the day.
Yeah,
that's what I told him.
I think so. I think today's the day.
Today's the day. All right.
All right.
Once you get back and do what you gotta do, send me another link in like 20 minutes, a half hour. We should know something, hopefully half hour.
I hope so. I'll send you one. Thank you, Forrest. We'll see you in a little bit.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. How do I get off here? Okay, there we go. Okay, guys. Okay, let me stop this. Now we're going to go back and look at the jury instructions. Okay, I'll cut my camera on this side. Let me see. I can't take this chat serious, child. So now, guys, I'm going to go to the instructions because I was going back and forth so we can actually see them. Hear what Bev told the jury. Yes, Kay. Well, at Kay, these are the instructions. I'm about to play them now. I'm about to play those now. But thank you so much, Forrest. Thank you. Listen, yes, shout out to Forrest. I just feel so great because we actually get to see what's going on over there. Look at Beverly. Candy. A lot.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right, that's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question.
Yeah.
Are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence.
Thank you,
You should
Ronnie.
weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question. So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together, and I've got a copy for each one of you, okay?
Thank you, Lily. What is she doing?
All right, so you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is, 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense.
They're back.
If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense,
Okay.
stop and sign the verdict slip. Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. That means on each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense.
Oh, okay.
And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page.
Okay. So keep going.
Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08
They
or
don't
greater.
know her level.
If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully? All right, so with that, I am going to send you back out.
Before the jurors are sent up, can you see?
Sure, why don't you come on over?
Jury is exited the courtroom. Please be seated.
Are you satisfied, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask everybody to stay a few minutes. I'll be back out in about 5 minutes.
All right.
Okay, she asked them to stay.
You do Friday?
All right. right, so we'll see everybody at 1:30.
Okay, y'all, I'm gonna send this verdict slip to myself so that we can look at it. They're on lunch until 1:30. We'll see what they got going on. Okay, let's see.
Grab my hand.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not privy to that.
Would you consider an OUI conviction a win for Karen Reed?
It's like he said, oh.
And free. I gotta run, okay? Where am I going?
Mirror Forrest said it. We might 227 is back in play. He said it looked like war footage. Alice, they might be filling out their form. Y'all, it is, I think we're getting it today. I really think we're getting it today. I'm more hopeful for today than I was yesterday. I think we're getting a verdict today. I think so too. I really do. Hey, Sarah. Sarah, they're going to lunch for an hour. They're going to lunch for an hour now. Yes, Forrest, they're going to be back at 1:30. I think we're getting a verdict today. Alice, I hope so, man. Don't upset me, Alice, today. I'm going to put the verdict slip up. Verdict slip up so that you guys can see it. I hope it's not real small. Let me see. Can y'all see that? That's the verdict slip. The cameraman's just walking around, but here's the verdict slip that people are talking about. If you look, if they are, let me see. Okay, so it sounds like they have rejected manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. That's number 2. This is the verdict slip for offense number 2. And there are 5 under there. So that's what it sounds like. They're going through, and OUI is included in there. And if you look, you can check guilty. And then on some of them, they have like 2 prongs under. And they say this seems to be confusing for the jury. And based on their questions, I can understand why. Thank you so much, Sarah, for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I think I can understand why, but I wanted to show you guys the slip that's causing all of this confusion. And this is in direct response to their questions that they're asking Bev. A lot of you guys said this confusing. I'm like, well, no, just find her guilty. I mean, not guilty, right? You don't have to go under. But the question is, well, what if we didn't want to find her guilty of the overall charge, but maybe we wanted to do a lesser included? Then what do we do there? I do think they're probably back there talking about what their options are, what may happen, right? So I think that's where we are now. She said, so start listening to Key. No, start listening to Key. Key, you did say it. I was like, I just don't get it. But if And maybe it was because I just wasn't anticipating them even having this conversation. They are. And if they're having a conversation of she's not guilty of the overall charge, but they want to look at the lesser included, they want to kind of know more about those, you're absolutely correct. It's confusing. It's confusing. I just got this one from the lawyer, so yeah, it should be one of the most recent ones. So some are true, but they may just be of the mind that they might just feel like they need to do something. Yeah, we're just looking through the crowd. They may just feel like they want to do something. Hold on. Okay. I kind of want to see what's. I'm actually enjoying seeing the people camp out like that. Maybe, Key. Yeah. Let me see what they said. Do you think so, Kate? Let's see. Yeah, did you see that? Sarah, I have seen the Danza Project. I saw that interview. I haven't seen this one. I don't really like this. He keeps switching. These rappers, young academics, I had.
No, I needed ice for my name. Yeah. Oh, I got ice.
Thank you, Ash. Not for the gold jets. I'm at F you dead. Go read Turtle. Hey, cute pie. Let's see what Turtle Boy said. Yes, ma'am. I was gonna read those. All right, so I'm gonna put it on. I'll still have this so you can see, but let's see what Turtle Boy is saying. He said, Juror 4 just picked up his piece of paper and used it to shield his mouth as he whispered something to Juror 3 as he was looking at the media. Many jurors are looking at the media, which they don't usually do. It's as if they know they are about to do something. Damn it, if we don't get a verdict today, I'm going to know something. Hey, Frenchie, I am going to know something. If we don't get a verdict today, and if I start seeing TikToks, first of all, I am going to be seated. I'm just letting you know right now, I will be seated. Okay? Did the freaking verdict? Is the clock stop? Hold on. It's live. Why the clock? Maybe the clock stopped because they're on lunch. Does the clock stop at lunch? Let me see what Court TV has. They don't even have the damn clock up right now, Court TV. Maybe it stops at lunch, just like I think it stops when they go home. Yesterday, it kept going. Shani, I'm like, wait a minute, it did stop. Okay, they're on lunch. Let's see. Let me read the rest of Turtle Boy's tweets. Under no circumstances should Karen Reed be convicted of drinking and driving after Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe all testified that they were also drinking and driving that night. I agree wholeheartedly. And if I'm back there, it's like, how can she be the only one that goes to jail for drinking and driving? Okay. Turtle Boy said the foreman looked in the direction of Karen Reed's parents and smiled. Okay. If Karen Reed is acquitted, there will be a lot of losers in this whole thing, but none bigger than Hank Brennan. Adam Lally convinced 9 jurors to convict Karen Reed of manslaughter. If Hank gets 0, he will be the ultimate loser. Okay? In the hallway, I saw Alan Jackson and I said, those are good questions. He responded, yeah, you think? I do. Okay. So in their note to the jury, the jury refers to Karen Reed as Karen, not the defendant, not Miss Reed. They call her Karen. I don't know. I kind of feel, do they like Karen? In their note, they called her Karen, not Miss Reed. Maybe we're reading too much into that, but I just kind of feel like that's a sign. Maybe when I was talking to my friend today, one of the things I talked about is when you're on a jury and she's not going to get up there, right? They only know Karen from what people have said about her, right? Seeing her in court. What are her mannerisms like? They don't know her. If we are to believe, they don't go home and do research. They don't know Karen. Right? They know a very, very small amount. A small amount of information about this woman because she's not taking the stand. Her parents didn't go up there to tell you how great of a daughter she is. She didn't have all her friends go up there and say she's a great friend. She does this. We don't know her. They don't know her job. They don't know all of these things. But calling her Karen, I love to see what this verdict is going to be like. Sorry, kids. You know I'm a little dramatic. Okay, so the Commonwealth invested millions of dollars prosecuting an OUI case. Now that right there should get all of their ass out of office. Okay, Campbell, I'm with you. I'm with you when you're right, friend. You can take the waiting, KB. Just wait with us. He said, in order to consider the OUI charge, it almost definitely means they've already determined not guilty on the more serious charges. You don't convict someone of OUI manslaughter and then debate whether or not you convict them of OUI. Good point. Kay said, y'all, we're about to be all in the interviews. Tune the in every one of them. Mel, get them folks on your channel, please. Okay, if they want to, you know what? I wish I could just sit down and do better with getting people on here. Forrest is my best bet. Finding somebody. Run up like that woman ran up on that ASAP Rocky juror. Get on the side of the courtroom. I should have gone to Canton today. Damn it. Oh, somebody with a private jet, get me over there. Get me over there. Mayor, go ahead, catch a flight. I wish I was out there. I really do. I really wish I was out there. They probably did, Key. I wish I had. Hold up. It's 2 pages. I know this is. I'm trying to look at all the charges on here. I hope they just sign number 1 and let's move on. Sign 1 and move on. Erica, please stop. Look at Stephanie. She said, come, Mel. You can stay in my apartment. Thank you, Stephanie. I wish I was out there, baby. Niara, I want to be out there in some cowboy boots and some pink. They look like they like to see a little girl with some good dukes on. Listen, she out there in her walker, baby. Listen. With her pink shirt on, Y'all, I just can't believe what I'm watching right now. Nicole, I don't know if Diddy's trial still is going to be going on, but listen, Nicole, I definitely wanted to go. I really wanted to go to the Diddy trial. I think his trial is almost over. Yes, Bia, today. Okay? Today. I want to get out there. I want to have my boots on. I need my fan. Do you hear me? I'm talking about as soon as they find her not guilty, baby. I want to be in the yard. Whoa, whoa, I got my boots on the ground. What's that? Boom, boom, boom. I want to be out there. Okay? I want to be out there. Ready, walking up. I see. God knows. See, I found all the short hair girls, baby. All the blondes, girl. You know, you have to find some way that you can approach people. And I walk up and say, "Hey, twin, how are you? Can I talk to you for a second?" You just got to find something that you guys have in common, and you go from there. What? Girl, not you got on brown boots too? And then you go in. That's all you do. That's all you do. Miss Pooh, sometimes Delta plan. I gotta book a flight to my Vegas flight. I just every time I get on there, I keep thinking the flight's gonna go down. I need to hurry up and get it. I am gonna be doing all the steps wrong. Key, because I don't have that dance just yet. Child, I'm telling you. It's weird when I compliment them out in the wild. Really, Krona? Child, people say they can tell in New York when people from down south go to New York. I said, how? They said because they speak. I said, Lord, well, I'll do my best not to speak, okay? Okay? Oh, today is Tuesday. Yeah, I need to look at my flight. Summer, my friend was telling me that I just always forget. Go to the stay away from Canton. No. Krona, that's just mean. You know, when you're from the South, I'm just so used to walking and speaking to people. I just hate that about myself because one day I remember cutting the corner and I spoke to somebody I didn't like. I said, damn. You know how you just cut the corner and you hear somebody walking, so you just, hey, how you doing? Not even looking up. Gets me every time. Kay, I'm not about to play with you. I'm not playing with you in the conspiracy theories, okay? I go to Vegas in July. No, I have to go. I paid a lot of money for my hotel room. I already bought my ticket. I just didn't buy my flight yet. Oh, that's so good, Krona. Summer, now you know better. It's lunch, y'all. You know better. Summer, now you knew better when you put that in this chat. I was just telling somebody, my sister, the hotel I'm staying in for one night. I just have never paid the amount I paid for one night. And she was like, I paid less than that for 3 nights. She said, you want me to give you her number? I said, no, thank you. No, thank you. Because although I'm only staying there one night, what would not happen is I'm in there asleep. And I hear, Miss Gilbert. I wake up out my sleep. And it's security with the office manager. Girl, she got her hands in front of her like this. Ma'am, pack your bags. Pack your bags. No, ma'am. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it, y'all. I can't do it. I can't. Getting ready to go to Disney. My sister talking about, you want my hookup for Disney? Can't do it. Can't do it. Baby, you want me to pay that person? I get to the gate and they won't let me go see Disney. They won't let me go see Mickey? You want me to use your friend? Now, it has worked with my sister several times, but you want me to go to Disney? I get to the gate, got my bunny ears on, got my cute outfit on, and they tell me, ma'am, your ticket won't scan. No. I'm not doing it. Summer, I'll hook you. I will call her and find out who it is and give it to you, but I can't do it. No. She said, well, you keep spending your lotto numbers while we getting the discount. I just can't do it, y'all. I can't do it. Mel, Mickey is a mouse. What did I say he was? She's talking about C. Diddy, what he doing there. Did I say Mickey was something other than the mouse? What did I say? The Lord, you know it's live. Let me see. I'm gonna put it up on my phone. Let's see what he's talking about. Okay, let's see. I said he was a bunny. Damn. I know he's not a bunny. Why would you be inappropriate? Kay, that's not inappropriate. I'm gonna pull it up on my phone instead of the computer.
See how we can analyze it.
So
it's
we'll
not
see what
all or
he's talking
nothing,
about.
but it can definitely give us indications. I always tell you,
Y'all think Peter thinks a verdict is coming. I'm just gonna pull it up on here instead of on there. I'm in Vegas. I work for timeshare. Oh, period, Daphne.
Charles, my favorite question from the jury is, can we get a calculator? Because that usually means good things for our case and our client. And just you can learn so much information from juror questions. And we knew what some of the push points in this case are going to be. Can we tell whether the jury is thinking about intent? That was a big one in the first trial. It's not as big this trial. Can we tell if the jury is talking about a collision? Did a collision happen?
They ain't even asking
about
that.
Is the jury focused on Karen Reed's own words? Are they confused with count number 2's verdict slip? Those are some of the points that we knew could be an issue. And looking back now at these jury questions, we were right. So let's take a listen now to the jury questions. Then she's going to give the lawyers a break and some time to talk about it, as she should, and come up with their arguments and what they think the answer should be. We'll talk about why a judge does that, why lawyers don't just answer immediately. But first, let's hear what those questions are.
They appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them.
By the way, in case you didn't know, the court is on break until 1:30. That's when we were scheduled to start this video. Hopefully my dad will come in around then to answer a bunch of questions and kind of go through his thoughts on these jury questions as well. But we're first going to sit here and talk for a little bit about these jury questions. I really wanted to get to them, and I think we might have a verdict pretty close to 1:30. So I really want to talk about these because they were such an interesting part of this trial.
He said he think 1:30.
What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.?
When was Karen Reed driving drunk?
Yeah.
At 12:45 or 5 a.m.? How could she be driving at 12:45? Right? Don't we have voicemails and connecting to Wi-Fi and being in John's house?
Oh! Y'all, he just made a great point. 12:45, Karen was at the house, y'all. 5 a.m., Karen was at the house. If we want to be technical, the lawyer, just made a great point. I didn't even think about that because I was thinking about her driving home. 12:45, Karen was at the house. Karen was at the house, y'all. 5 a.m., I didn't hear them say 5:07 or when she left. They just said 5 and they said 12:40. Did they say 12:45 exactly? I think that they did. They said 12:45. Didn't think about that.
That's the evidence that was presented to this jury. Now, if it's 5 a.m. and she's out driving again, then I can see how the jury's getting there. But if the jury comes back not guilty on OUI because they think it was 12:45 and everybody's timeline proves she wasn't driving at 12:45.
Yeah.
If that was the only question, I'm thinking as Karen Reed, like, holy crap, they're all the way to OUI. That's good for me, number one. And number two, if they think about 12:45, how is it possibly guilty? Because I was not driving at 12:45. So that should be not guilty. Easy. We'll see how they end up answering it. What's question number 2?
The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them?
It's not as good, right? Because we know the defense did not play any clips to add context. So any of the clips they're talking about are from the Commonwealth's case. And that's not good. And in conjunction with the OUI questions, we know she said some things about drinking and driving. So we have to be careful if the jury's really focusing on her statements in conjunction with the OUI. Does that make them lean more toward guilty of OUI potentially?
And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge?
And that, so folks, is the big question. Does voting guilty, for example, on the 5th lesser included, which is OUI, does that create a scenario where she's guilty of the entire count 2 charge? What does that tell you? Well, that tells you they're confused with the count 2 verdict form. They're confused with what boxes they check and what they don't. And because there's only one not guilty box, which again is not abnormal. Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying they're the only ones that do this or anything like that at all. We said it when we broke it down in the last verdict slip. But it would be better. It's not a wrong answer. It's not a wrong verdict form. But there are better verdict forms. And this is one of the reasons why. They're confused that if they check guilty here, there's nowhere for them to check not guilty for the first 4. So do they think a guilty here means guilty all the way up the board? Clearly no. And if they knew exactly what the words meant and why we put the semicolons and the periods and the commas and the places that we do on the verdict form as lawyers. So Kelsey just texted verdict just in case John to help. And I was like, what? There's a verdict? First word was verdict and I literally jumped a little bit. Okay. So very, very important that all indications are pointing to the jury is deliberating over OUI. You would only get to OUI if you were not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, multiple not guilties to get to OUI. But OUI is the same thing as DUI. But if there's nowhere for them to check the boxes, what's going to happen if they hang? Are they going to have to retry her on everything, on just count 2? How is it going to work? All of those questions remain open. Let's hear how the lawyers argue they want to answer these questions to the jury. Another question coming at 1:30, somebody said. Well, we're going to be ready. We'll be done with our juror question conversation by 1:30.
Oh, I will give you some time to consult. I think the first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's pretty clear cut what they're looking for.
I'm going to jump ahead then when we get to the lawyer arguments. They take a break, they come back, and now we hear the lawyers are going to argue what they want the judge to answer those questions. And something I found most interesting about this is it seemed as if, a lot of times the judge has been in lockstep with Hank Brennan, right? On how she thinks she's going to answer these questions. She's like, well, I know what I would cut out, et cetera, et cetera. But in this conversation, I start to hear her and Attorney Jack say, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, I agree with that, Judge. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Seemingly more in lockstep with the defense on how to answer some of these juror questions. Will Hank Brennan change her mind because he's got an argument on every single one?
Do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge if it's 002 section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? Our suggestion would be something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
Finishing each other's sentences, some would say. You're the fact finder. And by the way, I would agree with that. And most of the time, you want a simpler answer to the jury. You don't want to give them any more information. You don't want to sway them one way or the other. The lawyers will sometimes try to argue to sway them one way or the other. But generally speaking, especially as the judge, you really want to give as neutral as an answer as you possibly can. And that's about as neutral as it gets. You guys are the fact finder. You determine the facts. Brennan doesn't agree with that.
Mr. Brennan, or member from the Commonwealth?
My suggestion would be 12:45.
And why is that?
The case has always been focused at that time. I don't think there's anything specific in the indictment regarding the time.
He says he wants 12:45. He's kind of hard to hear, so I'm just going to repeat it. He says he wants 12:45. That's always been the time the case has been focused around. I don't disagree with him, but that's not how it works. And by the way, I think 12:45 is bad for him.
Do we have the indictments?
No.
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time. All right.
I agree with the court on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember. We can pull that up.
So everybody seems to be on the same page. We can't tell them unless they said at or before, at or upon 12:45 a.m. on this date, Karen Reed was driving. It's because nobody was planning on OUI necessarily. And we'll see if it ends up being it's an amazing strategy for the defense if they come back, obviously all three not guilties. But if they come back on just guilty on OUI, amazing strategy by the defense. Listen, peel back behind the curtain. They don't want to lose, but this would be a win. This would be a 100% home run win because guess what? If it's guilty on OUI, all the smoke about the conspiracy and no collision and we know who really did this, et cetera, all those conversations are still open. They prove no collision to this jury. This jury agrees with them. We're not jumping the gun. That's not the verdict. But if it is the verdict, the defense is going to get a lot of runway with that. A lot of runway. The OUI charge, Karen Reed would probably admit she had too much to drink. I mean, she basically did on some of those videos. Now, you can still fight it. And if this was just an OUI trial, you would have seen a very different defense. They would have been picking apart how the blood was taken, how the extrapolation worked, when she was actually driving, if she had anything else to drink at home. It would be a completely different trial. Trust me on that. This would also be the most expensive and wasted money on a DUI trial of all time. I once had a 5-day DUI trial that ended in a hung jury, and then we thought we were going to have to try it a second time, but they ended up dropping it down to a reckless driving. I thought that was the most expensive DUI trial that I was ever going to see because it was expensive. There's a lot of experts and stuff in that case too. It pales in comparison.
I got my clothes now, Brianna. I could go in my closet and make some things shake real quick. Y'all,
I don't expect it.
Y'all know that I at one point before my mom passed, I did real estate. So I have a closet full of business casual and business clothes, attire. So it took nothing to just go in the closet and grab a little cute sweater or something and put it on. I told y'all the puffy sleeves. That's gonna always be me.
All right, so I'll say you have the evidence, and remember you are the fact finders or something.
Thank y'all.
All right.
Grab a little pearl necklace on and I'm ready to go.
Interviews evidence. How can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it. Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever.
I wish I had time to do my makeup, put some lashes on.
That would be even weirder if they gave a different number than what the jury was even asking about. But 1235 obviously makes a lot more sense for the Commonwealth side.
You think is appropriate to give them.
Thank
and then I'll
y'all.
give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
Please stop.
Thank you. And she has no problem.
Please
with that. He agreed
stop.
with what she was going to instruct.
Okay.
Give them whatever evidence, whatever weight you seem necessary. He said, if any. She's like, sure, that makes sense. If any, we know all the jokes about it. If any, and
I'm gonna take it.
And she's in lockstep once again. Judge,
I had to go put on my pink for Karen, and like I have to stand in solidarity. I didn't think about that this morning when I got on here. I didn't think we were getting a verdict today either. Yeah, I definitely have on shorts. I started to put on a skirt to really feel better about it, but I said, what the hell?
Are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer, yes.
Okay.
Danielle, mind your business. Mind your business. Okay?
Since they've been introduced subsequently,
mind your business, okay?
There shouldn't be any reflection of a difference in the answer. We didn't introduce any evidence in this case, so you should give it any weight, if any at all.
Listen, Brianna, and I can smack on the table to really bring that in. Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence.
Baby, he sounds so sad. Oh, Hank sounds so sad.
Given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in the hand of the written jury instructions. And so
it does look southern. It's
like
the
every other piece of
flower.
evidence. He
It's
doesn't
the
want to say the
flower.
if any, obviously, and he wants to look
Hey,
at
Melody
it as if it's any other piece of
Lawson.
evidence in this case.
No.
What do you think Judge Cannoni is going to do? Who is
Melanie, we're not about to get the verdict yet. As far as expert new Zoom link, okay, let me get it. We're not about to get the verdict yet. Let me get a Zoom started for Forrest. We're not about to get a verdict yet. Right now they're on lunch and we're just kind of waiting. We're just waiting. They're on lunch until 1:30. So hold on, let me get on Zoom. Let's invite. Okay, and what's the password? Thank y'all for telling me, because I was in there. I had to go find a shirt. See if I had a shirt I could put on, a sweater or something. Oh, he said 1:30. Oh, okay. Well, I created the Zoom. I'll still send it, and he can just join at 1:30. No, I can get the premium for us. Just let me know when you want to join. When you want to join. The last time we were on, I was going to go ahead and sign up for it because I only have to do it for this time. I'll just cancel it. But I was going to go ahead and sign up for it. She said, "Y'all got your hard candies." I hope she does, Amanda. I hope she does. So I'll send it at 1:30, but I have no problem with getting the yeah, you go charge your phone.
Is she going to agree with it?
I can
Seems
just
like she already agreed with
cancel it
Jackson.
after this.
Did Hank Brennan change her mind? Brian said, vacationing in Tahoe wearing my
Okay.
Lord hat. I'm waiting on a verdict before jumping in the water. How dumb is that?
Girl, put on me a little sweater, Erica.
As
What you
embarrassing as that
mean?
is, I'd probably be doing the same thing. Patio, Peter, I was watching one of your old videos last night. You were talking about getting a perm when you hit 500,000 followers. Well, I do not remember. I cannot be held responsible for anything I may have said in the past.
I'm more of a Jolly Rancher girl, so
that.
I have some Jolly
Amy, the
Ranchers
instruction
in my
about the
purse.
time frame is the right one. You have the evidence. What did the Commonwealth prove to you? I agree.
I do like the strawberry candy stuff, but I wouldn't buy them.
Don San Juan, if they find her guilty on the OUI charge, do you think it's worth an appeal? Potentially. Somebody else asked, if guilty on OUI, you think she'll give the max sentence?
Yes.
No, if she really wants to like screw Karen Reed, she'll give her like 30 days or something, which sucks and is harsh for a first time DUI or OUI. It can go up to 2.5 years. I'd be shocked. That would show obvious bias. It's a first time. The jury found it did not
all
result
of my
in
clothes,
death. So you can't give those
like
kind of harsh
work
penalties
stuff,
as if it did result in death.
It's gonna have
So that's kind of
all of my clothes in my closet that I wear for like real estate, maybe if I'm going to church or something, a lot of it has big sleeves. That's why Mariah was talking about me the other day.
I would see that
All
playing
of
out.
it.
Morgan, Peter, is it a W for the defense if they only convict on
Shataka,
OUI?
we sure
Will she
will.
serve time? Also, can you shout out Tanya Boyce? What's up, Tanya Boyce? Shout to you. I think
Yes,
it's a major
this
win
what
for the
Mariah
defense
was
because
talking
again,
about.
they bought all their arguments. They barely argued
Y'all,
against
this
the
is
DUI.
what Mariah was
Again, I
talking
think it comes
about.
down to Karen's own words and some of the video evidence they have. It is what it is, and you shouldn't drive drunk. And if she gets convicted, her normal penalties should not.
Y'all, this is what Mariah, this is actually a sweater, guys. This isn't even a top. It's actually a sweater. New York and Company went out of business in the mall, and when I tell you I went crazy in there, I got a lot of stuff from work. So I bought this years ago, but this is actually a sweater. It's not really a blouse. I just don't have a top on under it, but yeah. Danielle, please.
Include jail time. It really should not. Will Judge Canoni try to do that? Maybe she'll try to get a supersedious bond, which is like a bond that you get during your appeal, so you're out, and when you have a short sentence, sometimes they're even quicker to do that, but I don't know how long the turnaround might be. They take her to jail right away, and it takes a week to file the supersedious bond. Then she sits in jail for a week. You know, so there's all sorts of things that can come
It don't
into play
snap
if
ass.
she is
It
given
does
any jail
not
time, which I
snap
think is
between the
possible, but
legs.
it should be
It's an
highly,
actual
highly
sweater.
unlikely. All right, let's see what Judge Canoni decides.
Thank y'all. I love it,
They
girl.
have every single evidence. Is
Mariah
given the
talks about me real bad
weight.
because all of my stuff looks like this. Y'all just saw my real estate picture.
She's doing
But ask me,
looking.
do I care? No, this is what I like. This is what I like. Mariah girl, they be on me bad. I'll try to give her something. She's like, I don't want that.
First,
Stop.
then I'll go and I'll read it. Would any other?
All right, here's her decision.
So what I'm going to say
Oh,
is yes, the
Kiss
videos
Tara,
are
thank
evidence.
you.
You should weigh the defendant's statements.
Road Dog, we are waiting. They're at lunch right now. Kiss, what's your daughter's name? Bia, this is a real job. Okay? And if I had to get dressed to get on this screen every day, I'd get dressed to get on this screen every day. Okay? Big shoulder bitch when they're mad. They might, Erica, just long as they say cute ball, big shoulder bitch, okay? I'm cool with that. I am cool. Thank you, DJ Mommy. Girl, Mariah, if Mariah come up here, hold on, let me call her. Hold on. I think she up here. She gonna walk in here like, yeah, she gonna walk in here. What you got on? Hold on. Wait a minute. I thought you were gonna come up here. You said what?
I said the fact that you do the most.
Somebody,
Yes.
they said it looks like I'm ready for Women's Day, giving the welcome for Women's Day.
I don't want to say what you're ready for, but that's exactly what I was talking about. Now they get it. I told you I don't be exaggerating. I'm serious.
Oh, T, that sounds cute. That sounds cute. Bye, girl. My bad. I had forgot she was on the phone. She got mad. I forgot she was on the phone. My bad, girl. Listen, y'all. If y'all look in my closet, this is what's in there. A lot of puffy sleeves, a lot of high waist skirts, fitted dresses. I either got puffy sleeves or I got the sleeves that flare at the end of the dresses, something to that effect, okay? I don't think I'm ready for a hat. My weak little feelings will be going off on women's pool. About them and their jokes, child. When you grew up in Memphis, I'm so used to it, but they not bothering me. Baby, the thing about it is do you know how much Mariah talks bad about me and my clothes? Do you know how much shit I have to hear from my family just because I like sparkles too. So I've got like rhinestones. I'm not like super rhinestone though. I'm not crazy about it, but I do like a nice little sparkly pant, a cute little shirt. Some, it's just, I can go pull y'all a shirt from my closet right now that I'm thinking about. Hilarious. Okay. Sequence, that's me. Okay. Is this who I am? Oh, Jordan. Hi, Jordan. Thank you for saying my shirt was cute. I appreciate it, Jordan. I just want to speak to Jordan. When I'm dressed, like, I very much I don't know why I love puffy sleeves and big bows. I don't know why I love it, but I do. That's just me. No, do y'all want to see the shirt? I'll go get it. One of my friends, she passed and they wanted us to wear like I met her working at BB. So we had to like really be cute. So I have this like multicolored shirt. Oh, I love some pearls. Oh my God. I love some pearls. Okay. I love something with some pearls on. Oh my God, give me a shirt. I got a cute little see-through shirt. Ash, I'm not doing that. Okay. I'm not doing that. Right. We going to Kentucky Derby. No, now Tasha, let me just tell you, baby, this is stuff I wear to work in church. Now, when I go out to like a club or something, oh no, I'm gonna be in something fitted and cute. I don't really wear a lot of puffy sleeves to the club. I will, but I'm normally in something. I know how to dress for the club, child. I know how to dress for the club. I just don't go out a whole lot. But I'm going out this weekend. I am going out this weekend. I don't know what I'm going to wear yet, but I'm going out this weekend though. But the bottoms don't. Y'all, why are we back on the fan? Big Lou, I started to do that. But I just went ahead and turned. I made that right into the bedroom, okay? Hold up, Key. Let me go see. Key, please! Please stop! Key, why would you say that? Oh my God. Oh, Emmy, you teach Pilates? I love that. That's so cute. Hold up. She said, I was worried, Mel, because Yates been killing you dressing up lately. Girl, don't be worried. Yates can dress up, child. I don't be. Ugh. I miss when I did do real estate and I would get dressed up, do my makeup. Oh my God, it was such a nice time. Maybe it'll come back, but it ain't here yet. Okay. Okay. Dre, listen, Yates can keep it up. I'm gonna have my clothes all weekend because I'm going to the reunion. So we're going out Friday, Saturday. Then I'm going to see Keisha Cole on Sunday. So I have clothes on all weekend, but child, outside of that, I'm comfortable sitting in here. I'm comfortable in my little shorts. Oh, Emmy, that is so dope. That is so dope. Emmy, I'm trying to like stretch out because the way when I go to work out with Mariah and we have our stretch sessions, the way she shows out in the gym, it's like you can tell she's the daughter and I'm the mom. And I need to fix that. It's really embarrassing. So she suggested that we do some Pilates too and get some yoga too. Express text service, no. Okay. She said, Mel, you know what, Brianna? That's crazy. You need to turn your phone in for that. Key, I got on running Crocs. If I'm gonna have on some Crocs, I'll put running Crocs on. Those are dressed up Crocs. Okay. Those are dressed up Crocs. All right. Thank you, existence. I appreciate it. So y'all think yoga before Pilates? Because it's 20 conversations going on in this chat right now. It's 20 conversations going on. Hey Zaylim, how are you? Thank you. At least T, that's what I said. Ronnie's Crocs are the dress up Crocs. Okay. Sarah, they're on my TikTok. They are so cute. They are Ronnie made them for me. I'll go get them on the next break. I mean, not the next break. I'll go get them. Try a sculpt yoga, then Pilates. So you guys like Pilates more than yoga? I'm gonna have to do something because the way she shows out in that gym, like Mariah can spread her legs and put her nose to the ground. And I'm like, Mariah, don't try to show out in here. Like, don't try to show out in here. You want to do what? You want to see this shirt, Brianna? Is that what you're trying? It really does look like I'm going to Sunday service. Pearls always do that. Sunday service. Maybe I'm about to go to a women's event on a Saturday. I'm in an organization, and the organization is having champagne, and no, I don't want to say that. Can mimosas and prayer, can those two go together? It's just champagne. Mimosas and prayer. Oh, motivation and mimosas. Motivation and mimosas. I like that. That's a cute look. Motivation and mimosas. Amanda, a lot of stuff that Miss Love had on. I was like, I'd wear that. Yes. Motivation and mimosas. Like, we are an organization. We donate to at-risk youth, and we do an annual event every quarter. Okay. Every quarter, we do an annual event. And at this event, we give back to a school within the zip code of where we formed this group. And it looks like I'm going to that event. I may even be on the board. Okay? I may even be on the board. Okay? I'm probably on the board. I was probably the person who put together the outline for the event every year, and this is my 3rd year doing it. Okay? This is my 3rd year doing it, and yeah, it's almost like the face of the organization. That's kind of what I feel like when I saw myself like big with the pearls on the top. That's it's Campbell. Yeah. The one, yes. Okay, y'all see what I'm talking about. No, Raynette. We're saying quarterly. We do this 4 times a year because we're serious about raising money. If you miss the first quarter, don't worry. We do this quarterly because kids are always in need. Why would we want to do it just 1 time a year? Kids are always in need. Prayer and pearls. Oh! I love that you guys like think like me. Okay? Prayer and pearls. Prayer and pearls. I like that. After school clubs, like I like that. Brianna, I was just saying when I hit the X, this, it's the flower, the sleeves, the pearls. Who knew I was just in a jacket and a t-shirt 15 minutes ago? Okay? Who knew that I would? She said, "Key, stop. They don't think you're a mess for real." When I tell you, I just cannot with this chat. What is going on? Oh my. Big Lou said, hold on. I didn't peep the mesh sleeves. Yes. It's a, little quarter sleeve top, I stepped. Hold on. Hey, Brashana, how are you? Alice, they just like to play along. Who would think you got some lounge shorts on with it, Cam? Now, why would you do that? Shani, if I stand up, no. I wouldn't do that. I really do have on shorts. I really do. I know that's right, Summer. I'm not going to stand up. If I would have put on my little pencil skirt, like I thought about when I was grabbing this sweater, then I would. Standing up in these shorts? No. Alice, you think they're long? It's a quarter sleeve. So it's really not that long. It's not that long. Your new YouTube name needs to be Trials and Tribulations. Brianna, Trials and Tribulations. That might need to be a segment where we pull some people from the actual court case and they talk about all of their tribulations from the trial. Oh, no, Shani, because not at all, because as I've explained before, I actually like my stuff. Now, if I were a person who cared about how people feel when I put on clothes, maybe, but the fact that, girl, I wear my shit proudly. No, child, because I am always going to, have all. I'm telling you, if you know me, my like the puffy sleeves, the like these bows of flowers, they would never surprise anyone in my family. Because if you like, I do Georgette. If you are around me a lot, like say you know how you can be out in the store and like, oh my God, I know this person would love this. Man, I can't tell y'all how many times people call like, girl, I saw this shirt and I know you love it. And I'm like, yes, ma'am, I'm gonna order it. Yes, ma'am. Georgette, I am not standing up. Oh, come on, Shay. Thank you. Hey, Jay, look, listen. No, people, my family, like, really, no, I would even say Paper Plate knows. Like, he's seen me enough, like, when I go out, they've seen me enough to know, like, oh, okay, she's going to love this, okay? My family, I dress for... I know that's right. I told y'all this is New Melanie Church of Trial and Tribulations. Sometimes we are blessed with the priest and the presence of Deacon Alessi. Lord. Now, Key, what she got to do with this? What would you bring Lori in it for? They're back. Okay, y'all. Oh, it's 127. Hold on, guys. Let me get the screen pulled back up. Thank you, Alice. Let's go on crime. How do you know they're back? Alice? My law and crime. How do you know, Alice? Because I don't see, I'm up to date on all of the streams. Yeah, I'm up to date on the streams. I do know how to multitask. I'm up to date on the streams and I don't see anything up there. Alice, you know it takes time. But how do y'all know they're back? I'm on both streams. Yeah. I'm on Court TV right now. I have all of them pulled up. I've got Court TV pulled up, Law and Crime pulled up, and I don't see that. There is drama. Oh, Sue said this. Okay, guys. Y'all got me thinking I done missed something. Okay, y'all. Let's see. I've got it pulled up. So we've got Law and Crime pulled up. So as soon as it comes on, we will see it. Okay, thank you, Forrest. Forrest said that Karen's SUV is pulling up, and let me make sure I send Forrest this link. Oh shit. Let's see. I saw Turtle Boy put out like a request, like, get here. Oh, let me do this real quick too. Oh, y'all, I got to fix my Zoom. So maybe Court TV is about to come back. Okay, Court TV, there is some movement, so I'll switch there for now.
Appointment time that we understand Judge Cannoni asked these parties to come back for, and anytime there's something going on inside of that courtroom, all of the parties gather. And so we're seeing that, all of them walking in. You see Paul O'Keefe there, who has been inside of this courtroom every single day.
Yeah, and just watching them walk makes you real, just we think about what this family's endured. Yeah, the Karen Reed camp also has been through it, but this family has been through much worse. Let's be honest, they've lost so much, including the life of John O'Keefe as they search for justice walking back into the courtroom. We don't know, again, what is happening at 1:30, but as soon as Judge Cannoni takes the bench, we will take you into the courtroom. Let's bring in Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan and Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, also outside the courthouse. Vinnie, in a lot of anticipation for this 1:30, we will cut you off as we always do if Cannoni takes the bench, but take it away, set the scene if you would.
Sure. Something really unusual just happened here. And when John O'Keefe's family was entering, the silence in the streets of Dedham, nobody saying a word. To me, a demonstration of respect for the victim's family in this case. The same exact thing happened when Karen Reed and the defense team walked in. Complete silence in the streets of Dedham. Never have I been at a case where hundreds and hundreds of people are gathering, passionately believing in what they believe in this case, and having everyone silent at the same time. And just before that happened, one of the leaders of the movement, one of the local leaders, got up on the steps behind me to address all of the Free Karen Reed movement members and explained to them and explained a message from Karen Reed herself to her supporters to please, no noise. If the verdict comes down, count after count, please, no audible response. And everyone listen to those instructions. We'll see how it plays out when this verdict comes down.
Okay, y'all, here we go. Oh, there I go. Whew, I thought I lost y'all.
Theoretical question for it. The defense itself, not guilty on.
Okay, y'all, sorry. I have it now.
Jim, can I have that question, please? Thank you.
Hey, Keita.
All right, so as counsel knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here.
This some
so
bullshit.
I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this.
This is bullshit. They stuck on the OUI.
However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answered the other 3 note card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's some clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point.
What you mean,
They
Bam?
need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I
Right.
don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And
Right.
the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than one count, but they're hung on a separate count, they are to report those two counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time.
Bam!
So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later. The way the question's worded, if I find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah, I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say,
fine,
because
and I
it's
get
true, it's the law,
moving.
that this is not a question I can answer.
I would strongly suggest that we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that.
You can.
The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position.
Come on, AJ.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps prevent that.
Whatever those steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer it.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position, Mr. Yannetti. I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel, Joe?
1 minute.
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
We just need 1 minute. Thank you.
I'm so sick of her. Like she not always late. Y'all, this is the same thing from last time. They don't see one, they don't see two. They're stuck on the drunk driving part again. What's the third? Y'all, what's the third one? I want to say it again, but I want to say it correctly. This is so damn annoying. Why is that part hung up on them? I think it's what people look at the cousin back there. I think it's just what people have said. They want to do something. They want to find justice in some way, because there's no way Brittany, they have a question. They want to find her guilty of something to, as people say, split the baby.
Just with a very slight tweak with the court's language, I don't have a principled objection to the court's language that we not answer the question at this time. I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in open court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No. What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer for the reasons I stated. It's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict. And that
Look at
is
Lally
exactly
playing with
what
his
you
hands.
would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah. I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record a little bit clearer, the court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences of the juror's verdict.
Ooh.
That would be punishment. Of course you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict, it's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying, I can't answer this is sending a false message to the jury. If the court would simply indicate, this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns, and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that
Well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same.
At this time.
Objection. I understand, Mr. Jackson.
add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection to me putting this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
No objection.
Bev is such a bitch. When I tell you I can't stand her, what is wrong with saying at this time? Hey, Isis. Hey, friend. What is wrong with her saying at this time?
Allowing the court to finish writing, but at this point, that is over our objection.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question. It could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights.
Okay.
This way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So
I didn't tell you to ignore it.
Sit, tell her.
all right, we are all set. So let's send this in, please.
All right.
AJ is pissed, and Bev. Did y'all see how she just cut him off? All right, let's go. Did you see how she just cut him off like that? Y'all, that is crazy. But I think this question shows they are just, and this is what bothers me with juries. This is what scares me. At what evidence shows that that lady was drunk at 12:45 or 5 o'clock? Because it seems like they're stuck on the drinking part. Can they give them law that will help them when it comes to the drinking part? Can they do something that would actually lay out what has to happen? What has to happen? Y'all, at this point, I think the jury wants to find some sort of justice for John. So and this is the lesser included. I'm annoyed at this point. I'm annoyed. But this is the same thing that happened last time. And I think history is going to repeat itself. She definitely wants Karen guilty, and you can tell, because I don't understand why she can't say, I can't answer this at this point in time, right? At this time, say something to that effect, right? I don't understand why she just can't say that. Listen, Shonda, in the jury's mind, it might be, right? Something in their mind may be better than nothing. All right? This just may be their train of thought. Something maybe they saw all of those drinks, right? So my issue with them is I think they're thinking she had to be drunk. She had all of these drinks. No way you can't be drunk after these drinks. They are going off of their personal feelings and their assumptions. And that's an issue. You are supposed to go with the facts, the evidence. And the fact of the matter is she didn't get pulled over at 12:45. She didn't get pulled over at 5. So we don't know if she was drunk at those times. There's nothing that says that. I need to say this. Convicting Karen of something is in no way, shape, or form justice for John. Finding out what really happened is the only form of justice for John. I agree with you, Black Sheep, but it sounds like someone in the jury thinks that something is better than nothing. It sounds like someone in that jury wants to convict. They don't want her to walk away free, because in their minds, they saw her at that bar. She had in their 9 to 12 drinks in their mind. She has to be guilty of something. She has to be guilty of something, guys. And if no, we don't think she hit him. We don't think they proved that. But in their mind, they proved that she was drinking. And then you go to those videos. They asked about the videos. She said it. I shouldn't have been driving. Right? That is what they're thinking. But if I'm there, I'm just kind of thinking, well, there were no tests done at these times, so we can assume, but everybody handles liquor differently. Yes, they are wrong, Black Sheep, and that's what's so annoying about this. Ebony, this was my argument. Everyone was drinking, but everyone is not on trial. Everyone is not on trial. Shannon said, Shannon, I know you didn't change your mind that quick. Frenchie, let's hope that's what they say back there, right? The clock's still not moving, y'all, because they probably haven't, I guess they hadn't started deliberations yet, maybe. So I don't know. They are using that interview as her admission of guilt for drinking and driving. Yes, but And this is why I wish, and I know she regrets doing every last one of those interviews. I know she regrets that. Hold up. Which phone is this? Okay. I know she regrets doing every. I'll call her after we get through with all of this. Miss Renee, if they don't decide today, they have until 5. They're back from lunch now. It seems like they're just kind of they're voting now. It seems like they're voting now. So I don't know. And Raynette, I think about that too. The young lady who spoke to her, Karina, she spoke to her for 50 minutes. She didn't see anything out of the ordinary that would have led her to believe she was drunk and could not drive. Yep, that's exactly why they wanted to know, Key. At first, I didn't see a problem with the interviews, but I see it now. Oh, Jasmine, I've always seen the problem with the videos, especially because Hank was able to chop them up. I wish she would have just waited, especially maybe, I mean, she knew as soon as the mistrial happened that she was going to be tried again. They can't keep pulling this woman in trials. I agree, Ken. And if we don't have one tomorrow, but wait, you never know, guys. They basically are telling them you can be hung on one. So she could be not guilty on 2 charges and then hung on the last charge. She could. Lacey, what could they have said that would have helped? I think the interviews that they were playing the most clips from is the first interview I saw. And I said, why would she do this? The one from Boston that was, I think, earlier this year was much better. But that Hulu interview, I don't remember what the other one was on. She shouldn't have done those interviews. You can't clean them up. You know, Lacey, how do you put some of the things she said into context? Especially, Lacey, let me tell you what I hated the most, Lacey. Good Morning America. Okay, thank you. I hated her talking about the drinks were weak, so she added a shot. Oh, that right there. I said, why the hell would you say that? I get why. It came out in the case and she wanted to clear it up. It didn't clear it up for me because now I'm thinking you were having double shots. It didn't clear it up for me. Lacey, I think it was too much. I'm glad she didn't take the stand. She shouldn't have. Aaron said if they are hung, AJ is going to need to make a fuss about asking them which counts they're hung on. Bev didn't even ask last time. Bev is just insufferable at this point. If they find her not guilty on the other charges and hung on the other one, does that mean she can't be retried for the not guilty charges? Yes. And I think that's why it was such a big thing last trial. That she just declared this mistrial when there were charges they found her not guilty on. First of all, she would have been terrible on that stand because, like she said, they would have, oh my God, they would have ripped her a new one on that stand. Okay. I'm glad she didn't take the stand. But I have been of the mind that she didn't take the stand, so those videos have been speaking for her. And then, like Lacey said, the defense didn't really do anything to address them because maybe they thought people would ignore them. Maybe that's what they were thinking. Yes, Key, on like 2 of the charges. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, someone in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that's why they ended up they were hoping that the Supreme Court would take it because she was found not guilty on 2 charges, I think. Well, Key, maybe she will speak on it after it's over. Maybe. We have to remember there isn't a corrupt ex-cop. As the foreman this time, he told them they couldn't ask Bev that about being hung on 2 charges. Oh yeah. Thank you, Alice. The jury needs to create their own verdict slip. Amanda, don't we wish? They don't want the jurors to watch media, but allowing those videos. It's her statements, though, Sharonda. That's why they end. It's her statements. She should not have put them out there. I wish she wouldn't have done that, though. Yep, they didn't take it. They didn't take it. The verdict form was never signed. Yep. On the 2 counts, they agreed not guilty on. That's why it was not upheld. This time, they need to sign the form with the not guilty. I think she did instruct them to do that too. She said, "Write not guilty under it." This 504, I'm actually nervous now because I think it's Bev. I can't wait to be done with her, and I hope to never see her again. She's a terrible judge, in my opinion. She does not come across as a neutral party, and that's my problem with her. I don't see why she couldn't just say at this time. I don't get the issue with that. I don't get the issue with doing that. Lacey, I believe that Bev thinks she's guilty, and I think Bev wants her convicted, but I don't think it has anything to do with the evidence. It's probably just Karen. For some reason, I say this again, a lot of women just don't like Karen Reed. They just don't like her. Sarah, maybe we'll get a verdict in the next hour or so. In the courtroom, in the courthouse basement, just waiting. Forrest, I don't know what's going on with Bev. I thought they were coming back. I thought they were going to get the jury and coming back. Women just don't like Karen. Nicole, it's starting to feel that way. If a verdict comes in, it'll be 3. If not, it won't be until Friday. You damn, Shannon, you don't even think tomorrow? Dang. I know, Miss Pooh. It's so sad, man, because I don't get why they're stuck. I don't get why the OUI is something they have to be hung on. No, Sue confirmed they will be having court summer. Well, we got about a couple of minutes. I don't know why they're stuck. Can you guys put in the comments why you think they might be stuck on OUI? I just wish they knew that if you find her guilty on OUI, then you are essentially saying that a police officer can come to you and say, "I saw you having drinks at the club and I'm going to arrest you for OUI." And you would be like, "But I made it home safely. I wasn't drunk." You try to defend yourself too. What was said during this trial that led you to believe she was drunk when she was driving? I don't have anything that proves that. I can assume it all day, but we should be basing our guilty or not guilty votes off of the facts of the case. Off of the facts of the case. I can't just come to someone and say that I'm going to arrest you just because I saw you had 3 drinks. You had to have been drunk. Her blood level was the next day. I agree, Heather. Dang it. Chatty said, "I think it's the clips." I'm going to say this, though. I think Lally did a better job than Hank when it came to the drinks, because I remember watching Lally and I was like, damn, she drank a lot. Right? But see, the thing with the blood test for me, it was the next day. And then remember when they did the time frame, they talked about the sickness, the MS, and how blood and how the MS affects those tests and things of that nature. I just wouldn't be able to do it. And Lacey, it could be this too. Miss Pooh, you think it's a plan on there? Miss Chocolate, the blood test can't be used? Then what are we doing? Let me see if we got any updates. Let me get on X. Let's see what's going on in X. I'm trying to see if anyone has said. I know Bev has to know. We really just don't like her. Splitting the baby is not justice. It's not at all. Find out who did something to this man. Yeah, Dennis Byron said, I predict jurors won't unanimously vote to convict Sean Combs on any counts. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to see if we see anything on here. I don't see any updates. Let's see what Sue is talking about. I wonder why Karen's people were crying earlier. Oh, Sue did say this. Sue said, court is in recess. The defense is stressed. The defense is pissed. They're pissed. Key, well, someone's testimony changed Dennis's mind. He flip-flops a lot. He flip-flops a lot on what he thinks. Move.
Don't be mean to him.
I don't need him biting me.
Don't be mean to him.
I don't need him biting me.
Wait till he get big.
Keep him away from me. I'm sorry, but Diddy is one person I won't found guilty. That trial is crazy. Mama Jackie, I don't know what we're waiting on. I think we're just back in verdict watch right now. I think we're just back in verdict watch. That's it. She said, of course they're stressed. The judge just made an arguably prejudicial decision for no reason. She has a reason, Aaron. I don't think she likes Karen. And I can't I just, you know what bothers me, Aaron, is hearing lawyers and Bev, and when Glanville used to say, bring it up on appeal. Who wants to get to that point? Who wants to get to that point? Yeah, I did, Nene. Okay, I'm gonna put this up here. According to my notes from the cross-examination of Gary, MS patients have twofold NAD. Tell me what that means. Makes levels increase. When Karen Reed blood was tested, those tests did not consider her anemia and MS. I do remember Alessi asking that. I do remember that. That's basically what she said today. But I wonder if they can tell. And Bev can't look at this case like, I wish she could just like take a step back and objectively look at her rulings and how would she feel if she were an attorney and these rulings were made. She just can't feel like she's doing this. She can't feel like she's doing this right. I feel like that, Key. I don't know what people say. I know a lot of people say that she has the motive with the Alberts and all of these things. I don't know what her motive is, but I will say she has looked really biased. And when it comes to these instructions, this one in particular, I don't know why she couldn't just say at this time. At this time. To let them know, like, maybe at a later time I could answer the question, just not right now. I don't know. knows good and goddamn well only 10% of appeals ever get granted, even if the judge was dead ass wrong. And Aaron, I hear it costs a lot of money too. And I think that is something people, the average person, we don't know, especially if you are not privy to that information. If you're not privy to that information, you're just talking, right? You're just talking. Oh no, I agree with that too, Key. And I think Bev has formed a bias against Karen. Why this bias formed? I don't know. Miss Pooh, I'm gonna tell you, it's not about vouching. I don't think color has anything to do with it, especially when you look at the evidence. I don't, it's not about Diddy being black for me. I get that sometimes, we all know that race plays a big part in our daily lives, especially if you are an African American. We do know that. But I'm not going to excuse him because he's black. I'm not going to excuse him because he's black. I just can't. She said it's a ton of money and they stop appointing appellate counsel after you exhaust your motion for new trial, direct appeal, habeas petition, you retain or you're on your own. Wow. Aaron, is this why we see a lot of people represent themselves in appeals? Is that why? Miss Pooh, I just answered that. Friend, I literally just said that we know that it is very different for African American men, but I don't excuse him because he's an African American man. In that answer, I specifically talked about African American men. Trump should be in jail. But what's the thing with Trump? He is not an African American man. That man should be under the jail. But I'm going to tell you, if Diddy is convicted, Miss Pooh, I really do think Trump is going to get him out. I do. I really believe that. I think if he is convicted, I think that Trump is going to get him out of jail by whatever means. You said Diddy didn't take anything? What do you mean by that, Miss Pooh? Oh, Jesus, you lost me here. You guys sound ignorant. Well, Ashley, sorry. You can't disagree without calling us ignorant. You know what I hate about YouTube? You can disagree with someone's comment and you don't have to be nasty about it. You can absolutely disagree with what I'm saying and everyone else in here without calling us ignorant. You actually don't have to be here too. You don't have to be here. There's that too. We're not gonna I don't have a community where everyone's gonna always agree with me. And I don't want that type of community. I like open dialogue. Love open dialogue. But to call us ignorant because we're saying something you don't like is absolutely crazy. I think I don't agree with Miss Pooh on the Diddy thing because she stands 10 toes down. Okay. Miss Pooh is 10 toes down that Diddy should be found not guilty. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with it, but we know how to have a conversation, and then we're going to come back and we're going to get on Karen Reed and we're going to talk about Karen Reed. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying. You don't have to do that. We don't do that over here. We can agree. We know how to agree to disagree over here. We do it all the time. You think R. Kelly is going to get pardoned after the overdose? Shay, I'm going to say, I didn't read all of it, but they sent me an article maybe a week or two ago where there was an alleged plot to assassinate him. And then now he was in solitary and he overdosed. It's kind of looking like somebody is out to get the man. Frenchie, he could be moved. Now, when they asked for the house arrest, Frenchie, what did I say? Ash and Key, what did I say? I literally said, well, I don't know about letting him out, but he may get moved, right? He might get moved to a different facility, but I don't know. Now, Miss Poole, his attorneys may be on to something because he should not overdose in solitary confinement. He should not overdose in solitary confinement. So, interested to see, will they let him out, girl? I don't know. You think so, Shonda? I didn't think about that. So I was watching Nancy Grace, and a publicist was on there, and the publicist was talking about the fact that Diddy had that voter die campaign for Obama and everything. You might be right. They talked about how big it was. You might be right. I don't know. My friend took all of my clients before I even went to law school. It's incredibly expensive. Oh, wow, Aaron. Wow, Aaron. Before you even went to law school? Miss Pooh, I saw that. Do y'all know how many people attempted to be assassinated in jail? He ain't getting out. I'm with Mel. He's getting moved. He might be getting moved, T. I thought it was a stretch, but let me tell you, they always say, listen, you ask for more than what you want, and they'll meet you probably sometimes in the middle. Okay? Key, because he's going to be on TikTok Live. Aaron, I just think it's a slap in the face for them to say that. Take it up on appeal. I hate when Bev says it, especially. It's considering what this trial has done to Karen, John's family, everyone. Who wants to go through all of that? No, let's get it right this time. Let's just get it right. No, let's just get it right. Ash, he will be singing Tap the Screen. Okay? I don't know, Amanda. 50 Cent put the dealer against Trump while I was getting my degree. Yeah, you guys are probably right. He will probably be moved, but I'm just like, damn, what has happened? What is going on for someone to even be after this man? I don't know. My finger might turn blue from tapping. See, Ash, he'll be on there just singing away. When I tell you, I could see those lives. Do you know? I could see him in those lives, baby, on the camera like this, reading the screen. I could see those lives, but I fear he may never get to use TikTok ever. Miss Poole, I don't pay enough attention to Diddy to see that, but I have read some interesting theories about how he ended up here. More specifically after he filed his lawsuit against the liquor company. So I don't doubt it. I just think when you are doing things, you have to be careful, because if you are in some type of conflict, right? Think about marriage. When you're married, right? If you are cheating on your wife and you just doing it, you don't care, but you guys have a cheating clause in your prenup. If she finds that you've cheated and she has evidence of that, she's going to use it against you in court. So the same thing goes with him and whatever happened with the company. If they knew his dirtiest, his deepest, his darkest secrets, he had to know it was coming. Channy, please stop. No, please stop. He could not. You know how there are people who string from jail? He couldn't do that. Amanda, do you think 227 is going to happen? Well, Shanny, they are paying Diddy supporters. They are paying Diddy supporters. Outside the courtroom, somebody said they're paid like $20 an hour to stand outside. So we'll see. Yeah, they are paying it. They are paying $20 an hour to stand outside the courtroom with the shirts. So, hey, listen, they if you are, I think there was one of Law and Crime talked about it. Law and Crime talked about it on their show. They are paying. I was trying to see if there was anything on Court TV. Everybody has the fans up. Do y'all think they're gonna come right back? Miss Chocolate, now you know he's not taking a stand. Listen, I think some defendants should take the stand and they can take the stand. Someone like Diddy, with everything that we've seen in this trial, and I don't know if he would be able to control himself during the questioning. No, he's not taking the stand. No, he is not taking the stand. Just like Karen, in a case this big, this controversial, they are clearly out to get you, right? They know you didn't do it. They would try to bend your words. Look at how Hank did Dr. Russell. Are you having problems with your memory? That was so nasty. And he still did it. He still did it. They would have done Karen so dirty. She would have been picked apart. Like someone said, they would have been asking about the text messages, right? They would have been asking about the other girl. Why didn't you call this person? This 28 minutes that they keep bringing up. They would have been asking about that. Like, it would have been ugly. It would have been ugly. His lawyers, Miss Chocolate, please stop. Let me say this, Miss Chocolate. In all cases, well, in most cases, they always have this illusion going on, right? Until their case in chief, right? And then they'll say the defendant won't take the stand. Listen. Red, yeah, I can find that. They'll say the defendant won't take the stand. There's always this illusion. Baby, if Diddy takes that stand, I'll stand corrected. I can't see him taking the stand. It's too much. Diddy would be on that stand for 40 days and 40 nights. Man, that man is not taking the stand. I just can't. Hold on, Karen. You know, hold on, y'all. We're trying to find the verdict from last year. Was it 33? Let's see. Verdict watch. I don't know if this is the day. I'm trying to see if this is the day. Okay, so day 34 maybe. Y'all, that man would never get off that stand. He's not taking the stand. If he does, Miss Chocolate, if he does, Miss Chocolate, I'm gonna be done. Now, I'd probably pay money to see him take the stand. I just can't see him doing it based on the charges. I just can't see him doing it. But that's not to say he won't. I just can't see him doing it. But I do believe attorneys in general like to give the illusion, right, that he's going to take the stand. Key, are you serious? It's not chocolate. Hold Okay, I had to make sure. I had to make sure she knows I'm talking to her. Let me see, y'all. I'm trying to find this verdict from last year. Did they just leave? So maybe not this day. I will be shocked. Brianna, so apparently someone accidentally showed the jury. And they said Miss Love submitted her motion right after court to get them kicked out. Okay. Summer, it's really quick. So I'll put it on, but it's really quick. Summer, I know someone too, and it's really different. It's really different. I know somebody that's going through it right now as well. I'm gonna have to see it. I'm gonna have to see it. I saved the other article that you had. Summer wanted to see this. I think it was Summer. It was red. I'm sorry, it wasn't Summer. It was red. So this is last year. This is last year's trial. This is the jury after they came back. And then I do understand the issues because listen to what Bev says. Okay, let's go.
An impasse. So we'll bring them in.
Okay, I have that article. I saved it. Ronnie, this is from last year. We're still waiting. Hey, Maureen. Hold on, Forrest. Let me send you this new link. Let me send you this new link because I started the Zoom. Oh, hold on.
All right, Mr. Foreman, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Cannoni, despite our rigorous efforts, we continue to find ourselves at an impasse. Our perspectives on the evidence are starkly divided. Some members of the jury firmly believe that the evidence surpasses the burden of proof, establishing the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Conversely, others find the evidence fails to meet this standard and does not sufficiently establish the necessary elements of the charges. The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held
I'm
beliefs.
sorry, Mia.
I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your
This is a
service
replay,
is
y'all. Sorry.
complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case. I'll be in to see you privately in a few minutes. So thank you so much for your service. Okay.
All rise for the court, please.
Thank you, Brittany. That was a replay. Look at Paul. No. It was so quick. She didn't go over, y'all. That was a replay, y'all. Sorry, y'all. That was a replay. Red asked to see it. It was very quick. It definitely gave that She didn't do any specifics. Tell us anything. She eventually told the attorneys, but I just thought she could have done better there. I thought she could have done better there. All right, give me just a moment. I need to send something. I need to send this link. Okay. She is new to criminal court. Frenchie, when they told me that, then I could tell. I could tell. Yes, I can. She said, not now, Mel. My bad, y'all. The lawyers eventually went and they were able to talk to the jury. They were able to get some information from them. But I just felt like she owed us more when I saw the not guilty. Like, I felt like she owed us more. I'm going to put one of the clocks back up so that we have something telling us what's going on. All right. Y'all, I am so sorry, but Red asked, hey, can we watch the last time? I said, okay, sure, because I knew it wasn't long. Yes, I knew it wasn't long. So I said, yeah, let's put it up. And it was quick. That's the wrong one for us. I'm sending the right one now. It was quick. All right, let's see what people are thinking, because it really seems like y'all said, the same thing is about to happen. Unless they go back there and really talk. I'm sorry. I thought y'all heard me. I thought you guys heard me, okay? Sorry. I apologize. Hold on. Let me get this link up. Okay, just a second, y'all. Let me get this link up. So for everyone that's been waiting for the replay, sorry. I mean, not the replay. Everybody that's waiting on 227, it's 224. I don't know. Ash, I think we will. Unblock her. Hold on, let's see. Hold on. It's 2 minutes. Okay, you got it? Okay, good. I don't know, guys. Oh, okay. That adds some context. Okay. FYI, per Karen, the fourth question came in before they answered the other 3, not after. Okay. I don't feel as bad. I don't feel as bad. Okay. I don't feel as bad about that. I don't know. How do you guys feel now that we know that that question came in around the same time as the others and we didn't answer those and then they came back? Okay, hold on. She said 2:27. It's not happening. I thought they were on the same. They're on the same time. They're on Eastern time zone. The fourth question. What was the fourth question she had? If she wouldn't have asked me, I could just immediately say, can y'all tell her what the fourth question was? I'm like texting, trying to get this up, trying to check this stream. What was the fourth question, y'all? T said, I thought we knew that because AJ said it. I didn't hear him say that. And I think when they first came on, I was still trying to do this Zoom link over here. I think they still hung. Oh, you think they found her guilty of the OUI? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ash. That was the fourth question. Thank you. I couldn't remember what the fourth question was, but I need to write it down so that I don't forget. So now that you all guys know that, do you still think we're getting a verdict today? Because Shandy has moved all the way to Friday. Yes, I got it, Ash. That's what I wrote, not guilty. Shandy has moved to Friday with her verdict prediction. Do you guys think we're going to get a verdict today still? I still have hope for today. Me too. Are we saying out or murder and manslaughter? Caitlin, I think they've bypassed. I think it's a not guilty on I gotta look at the slip again. Let me tell you her charges again so I can tell you. Y'all still thinking today. Vanessa says Wednesday. Hold up. All right, just a second. Let me tell you the charges that she is facing. Okay. The first charge, second-degree murder. It's the most serious charge. It says, and if convicted, Reed could face life in prison. I think they're the not guilty there. The second charge is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. I think they're not guilty there. But the third charge is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. It alleges that Reed left the scene after hitting O'Keefe without providing any assistance or reporting the incident. Now, those are the third charges, and it looks like charge 2, because I think they gave an example of like 2-4. OLM, they probably do. See that. But now that I'm listening to it again, all of the charges involve you believing that she hit John. Why are we stuck there? It's the second lesser included 5. Yeah. Why are we stuck there? When you look at that verdict slip, hold up, y'all. Let me pull it back up. When you look, hold on. Hold on, guys. I'm like, let me look at this slip again. Because I do remember some of them have, and this is why they asked about the lesser included, because of offense 2, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. There's a not guilty, right? Then there's 2, guilty of the offense charged, right? And then, yeah, let me pull the slip back up. Then they have 3, 4, and 5. There are lesser included, right? There are lesser included there. But even if you look at 2, then like you go through it, there's involuntary, a lesser included is involuntary manslaughter. That's 1. Let me put this up. Hold on just a second so that you can see what I'm looking at. Okay, there you go. There's the verdict slip that I'm looking at right now. Now that the another lesser included is motor vehicle homicide. It's felony OUI. This woman would be a felon, right? I'm going through all of them, guys. And then check one or both of the following. You have motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle under the influence. So that means that some of them think she hit the man, right? Yeah, they did, guys. I see this 5. I'm just reading the whole form again. And that's under number 4. Then we go to number 5, operating under the influence of liquor. Then you can check 1 or 2. Operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or operating a motor vehicle motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.8%. So if we're all the way down to 5, right? If we're all the way down to 5, then okay, they're just stuck on if she's just drunk. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I knew it was 5. I was just reading all of them again. Sorry. Sorry, y'all. There are some people who may not have seen this slip or may not have understand. So I was just reading all of them over. So yeah. So when we're reading, so now that we know, when you look at this verdict slip and you see what they all entail, again, they spent $400,000 to find a woman guilty of drinking and driving. They spent millions of dollars to find. And Kayla, this is my issue. No one tested her during the times of 12:45 or 5 a.m. So how can we convict her based off of our assumptions? Man, y'all, if it's OUI, that right there would be that would be crazy, because that just may be the one that I just feel like, how can we go there? There's nothing that tested her. Because she admitted to drinking. She did admit to drinking, agreed, but she did not say, I don't remember her saying I was drunk. Now, Lacey pointed out, she said like, hey, I shouldn't have been driving. They didn't test her at 5 a.m. She was driving at 5 a.m. She didn't get to the hospital until what's about 8, 9, somewhere up in there, 8 or let's just say between 8 and 10. She may have had these tests done between 8 and 10 a.m., somewhere up in there. Well, so Morgan, are they splitting the baby if they do OUI? Operating under the influence of liquor, that's a DUI. Are they splitting the baby? Are they splitting the baby? Thank you, Forrest. Are they really splitting the baby? If we look at it that way, because they're just saying she was drinking and driving. They are not saying that she did anything to John. I think someone said like 2.5. Did I see 2.5 years, guys? Okay, 2.5 years to serve. Okay. Jasmine, I keep seeing, maybe I'm just not thinking about that. Where are you guys getting that was inadmissible? I keep seeing people say that. And the OUI would be, and that's what they're asking, guys. So what they were asking is, now remember, the OUI is it says lesser included. So maybe the confusion is we don't think she's guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. We don't think that. But we do think she's guilty of either operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08% or greater. So they were asking, if we were to find her guilty of number 5, does it also include her? Would that also make her guilty of manslaughter while operating a vehicle? That is their confusion. So for me, no. Jasmine, maybe after polling the jury last trial, maybe some people, maybe they said they would have found her guilty of that had it been included versus being hung on the manslaughter. Maybe they're just trying to listen. We don't want that, but if she had to be convicted of something, let this be it. So I don't know. And Frenchie, I would be the first to say, I was like, oh, the verdict, it's not that confusing. Just don't find her guilty, right? But never considered the fact, if they were to find her guilty, how does that affect what this charge, the overall charge? I didn't consider that because I was thinking I wouldn't even be going that far. So I think it was a great question. I think it was. Not guilty on 2, but how on the last 2? I think Bev is just, I don't know. It feels like she just doesn't want to help Karen. I just think if you could be clear, be clear. Miss Chocolate, she did drive the next morning, but she wasn't tested. She wasn't tested that next morning. I think that matters. The term lesser included is confusing. In my mind, when I hear the lesser included, I just feel like it is not as harsh a penalty as the overall charge. And I would probably equate that to time served or how much time you have to serve when I hear that. Well, any conviction is bad, but I think they take OUI over the rest of it. And maybe that's why they had it included. I don't know. Maybe they're saying, listen, we don't want another hung jury. They don't want to try this case again. And if after polling the last jury, whatever the jury told them led them to believe adding this lesser included could avoid a hung jury, maybe that's why I was on there, especially since they're the ones who added it. Well, Mia, I refuse. I just know Bev is probably going to give her the max. I really do think she has an issue with Karen. I really do. So remember, she drove to Jen's house. And then they went back to John's house. And from there, Carrie drove to 34 Fairview. Mia said, I don't think that is a bad conviction. The CW would have spent millions for a DUI. And that is what's crazy to me. That is what's crazy to me. millions of dollars for a DUI, which is what many people, she drove drunk. There's a reason Hank didn't want to add it. Of course. I'm glad the whole world sees the misconduct in our faces. Ex parte meetings calls her brother in 94. Oh yeah. I've heard people say that before. Morgan, I agree. Everyone did drive drunk, but everyone's not a defendant in this case. And that's it. Did she drive drunk for real though, y'all? Summer, we don't know. Hell, she made it home safely. She made it home safely. I do not recall anyone pointing out that she was swerving on any of the videos that they showed us with her driving. So I can't say she drove drunk. I can't say it. Lacey, and I do remember Karen specifically saying, like, I didn't take the interstate. I think she said something like, I wasn't my best self. She said things like that, which I do agree with Mia. She inferred that she was drunk. She didn't say I was drunk driving, but she inferred that she had been drinking and that I told you, I said, tipsy and drunk are two different things in my mind. Tipsy and drunk are two different things. She inferred that, hey, yeah, I had some drinks. I wasn't my best self. But it's a jury using that testimony as I was drunk. I think one of the most crucial parts to it, y'all, is her talking about she had the drinks and she poured the shots in. And she was on it like, I mean, it was a weak pour. And I was like, Karen, why would you bring that up? She said it was a weak pour, okay? You could taste nothing but soda. Nothing but, I hate that part of that interview. I hate that part of the interview. I think she answered that. I think she answered that question because, and at first I was like, well, I'm glad she cleared it up because Hank, they made it seem like, oh, she had 12 drinks, right? And she's like, no, I was pouring a shot in a drink, which isn't better. It isn't better, but it's an explanation for why we kept seeing her with drinks. And then she said some of the drinks she received, she didn't finish. John finished one, I think, I don't think she said she had any drinks at the waterfall. I don't think she had any. So are they considering those things? And if you are, I'll go right back to still no verdict. If you consider those, my counter argument is, was she tested? Because if they convict her of OUI, they are convicting based on assumptions. Wait, I mean, I would think they're convicting a reason off of assumptions. But can one reasonably assume she was drunk? Miss Pooh, that's what she said. It was a weak pour. It was a weak pour. So I was pouring a shot in there. Yeah. Well, and Jaleesa, if the jurors are thinking like you, then they shouldn't even be down there. They shouldn't even been down there. Forrest said, this is Cougar Central. Forrest, do they have on pink? Hold on. Let me see. Hold up. Okay, just to make sure I didn't miss it. Do they have on pink, Forrest? She said she changed some wording, Black Sheep. She said she changed some wording around. But yes. Brianna, because I think I have about 2 or 3 more pink dresses I could do. I could have those dresses. Well, Brad, I'm hoping that is one of, somebody has to push back with this OUI, but when it comes to beyond a reasonable doubt and we consider the drinking, I just think we have to factor in the fact that everyone's tolerance levels are different. And I'm sorry, Kenton seem like they breed people with high tolerance levels. Like they drink, okay? They drink in Canton. So I just don't think she was drunk. I don't. I don't think she's drunk. I don't think she was drunk. Maybe tipsy, right? Needed to go home. Yes, I do agree. Maybe needed to go home. Maybe needed to sit down. Didn't need to have any more drinks. But they started drinking at, I think, 7:45-ish, and she drunk for 5 hours. So I don't know. Okay. Haley said, I just feel like her statement is the same as a drunk person saying they aren't drunk. No one else testified to her being drunk, which would warrant a test. Haley, I think Karina had the most compelling testimony when it came to Karen and her actions that night. She didn't seem drunk. Even Jen testified she didn't seem drunk. Yeah, even Jen testified she didn't seem drunk. Hey, Miss Cherie. Kayla, that's for sure. Amber says she could have drank when she got home because she was pissed at John, and therefore she could be over the limit as they tested her after they found John, or she didn't drink anymore. And I do feel like this. You know how you can be up moving? Baby, you at the party, you having a time, right? You having a time. And as soon as you get home, baby, why does it look like it's 2 leprechauns just tap dancing on your head? You feel it as soon as you lay down. It could have been that. He said a 30-to-1 rotation down here. A single man's heavy. He said he should drop by. Yes. Yes, y'all. The room gets to spinning. You praying. Like, have you ever been so drunk you try to figure out how to not be drunk? You know what I'm saying? You might be right, Dave. You might be right there. Hold up. You just never know. And so I do feel like it probably didn't hit her till she got home. And then she only stayed 7 minutes away. Remember, they're in a small town. It's not like Atlanta, right? If I were in the city, it would take me 35 minutes to get home. It took her 10-15 minutes to get from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, 7 minutes to get from 34 Fairview to her house. She could keep her shit together for 7 minutes. If she did it for 7 minutes, I'm sorry, I'm willing to bet she was okay. Probably hit her later. It probably hit her later. So I just don't think I don't think they should be down there. Oh, Vinny's on, y'all. Let me see what Vinny talking about. He's got a lot of people behind him too.
Kyle Rittenhouse was political lines. So we do see some cases like that are split.
They drive right here, and this is across from the main buffer zone area, or where all of these supporters have assembled across the street. So I want to give you that other perspective from across the street. You saw Vinnie Politan walking through the crowd over here. So this is directly across from the courthouse. This is the Registry of Deeds. You see the majority of supporters are over there. Well, across the street and over this way, you have District Court. They're also over there. That's where that buffer zone originally had come to an end. There were signs in place. It has since been relaxed in a sense, as long as supporters are quiet and not holding signs or T-shirts that directly affect or are part of this trial. You have these supporters that are described as the ones that are closest to Karen Read when she gets out of her vehicle, and also the O'Keefe family as they make their way to court. But what I also want to show you is, aside from all of the police presence over here, just how close these supporters are and these supporters are to the courthouse in relation to the courtroom. So this is the courtroom where the trial took place. And this is why it's so important to why everyone is quiet out here and they maintain decorum, as these 12 individuals that are deciding the fate after this 8-week trial can do so in silence without influence. I'll send it back to you guys.
Matt, have you noticed everyone keeping it with those rules? It does seem like it sounds a lot quieter than we used to hear outside.
It is completely quiet out here, and we noticed that change, especially as jury was seated, the deliberating jury, and then also those deliberations began. These individuals want to be here to not only witness history, but see a resolution, and of course, they're out here supporting this defendant, Karen Read, but they don't want to be pushed back or removed from this lifted area that is still under court order and under restriction, but they can assemble here as long as they're quiet and don't have that signage. Otherwise, they can be pushed back to where Vinnie had shown you, where the original buffer zone for trial number 2, the retrial, began.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. I love seeing where the actual courtroom is. Hey, Matt, is that a black SUV in front of the courthouse?
Let me see. Let's walk over this way. Let's take a look. Let me see. Usually these officers would be getting on their bicycles. We would be seeing the media over there. They would be grabbing their cameras. I'm not seeing anything come down, but this is the direction of traffic where these SUVs would be coming in, and then they would make their way past where my cameraman's standing. So no, but good looking. You know, we'll keep an eye out for you, and we'll break in.
It might be just someone on their way to the Logan Airport there in a limo. So let's bring in Judge Ashley Wilcott. And Judge, the importance that, you know, Matt did, showing us the proximity from the courtroom to those protesters. We've covered cases. Harvey Weinstein, you could hear the thumping of the drum outside of the courthouse in Manhattan. Michael Jackson, same thing. It does make a difference, does it not? Because this jury, if they know that they are being pressured to go one way or another by public opinion, it can change their thought processes. And say what you will about Judge Cannoni and her handling of some things in this case. How did she do on managing this, which is quite a task?
Listen, I agree with you, Ted. The noise factor can really distract a jury. So even if it doesn't sway them one way or another, it can make them anxious, it can make them uncomfortable, it can be traumatic for them. So it's good to keep the noise down. Beverly Cannoni really did. And remember, the buffer zone, you weren't even allowed to be there. And then they, supporters, took it to court to get a different ruling to say we can be in the buffer zone, but they can't use certain signs. They can't wear different pictures. They have to have, that's why they're doing the love sign with their hand and sign language. They're having flags because, of course, that's something they can hold.
All right. I think Forrest is. Let me see if he's in the zone. He is. Okay. Hold on just a second. Okay, let me share the screen so that we can get over there. And I'm going to turn my camera off on YouTube.
Hey. Say again? No. I'm out. We're in stand down. We're in stand down right now, just waiting. There's Nan, the lawyer, Nan. Yes. I don't know. I can't judge it. I think
My bad, y'all.
if the jury says enough's enough and just not guilty across the board,
He could hear
if
me.
I was them, that's what I would be doing. I'd be thinking right now, just not guilty across the board. Really, this is just foolishness at this point. You know,
People would feel if they paid
There's
millions of
about
dollars for a DUI.
2,000 people down here, maybe more. Every street in Dedham Center is packed. The courthouse is, I can't even walk over there. There's too many people. It's like bumping, like bumper cars, you know?
Outside?
Never seen anything like this. I mean, you had Michael Jackson's, you know, they're jumping up and down on the car, you know, when he got his not guilty. And even OJ, you know, I mean, this is just a real phenomenon, like a real, just, you're not going to see this again. Like this type of trial with this type of corruption that is just, you can't even fathom it, you know, you really can't. For the people that really know, and like once you get down this rabbit hole, it's all encompassing, it just consuming. Like these people are just so vested. It's a feeling that you get down here, like, and I can agree with it, you know, because I felt it too, you know, like everyone knows everything. Like the stuff I hear down here, just even today, like little tidbits here, like, did you know this and that and the other thing? And oh, what about every day is like something like that you didn't learn. You learn stuff new, like how bad it really is. And it just every day it's like this is a first and this is another first and this is another first. Like some of the creators online have said it, you know, in the true crime community, like this is a first. This is, I've never seen that before, you know, and it's just every day's like that down here. In this case, it's just, they'll be writing about this in law books and studying it, and, you know, and laws will have to be rewritten, especially jury forms. And you know, the one thing like last year, and I think I may have put this in the chat, and they were talking about it today. Like Bev's got a side hustle. She teaches these new lawyers coming right out of law school, and she runs her own seminar. She's part of this this special, it's like a law seminars where they'll hire judges and prosecutors to come in and teach the law. And last year during Karen's trial, in trial 1, Bev ended court early on a specific day that, you know, her half days, those half days.
She ended early this time around too.
Found out she was teaching a law seminar on jury instructions last year. Can you, I mean, does it make it make sense? She knows what she's doing. If she's teaching a seminar on exactly what went on in the last 2 days on how to do jury instructions properly, I mean, it's so bad. It's just so bad. It's in your face. Like she doesn't care. It's at this point, she just doesn't care what people think of her, which is, I mean, just atrocious. Like not caring, like once you lose respect, you have nothing. And I tell you, we're not going to forget this. I know a lot of the people down here just looking around, you know, people down here are not going to forget this. You know what I mean? We're not going to forget this movement, you know? It's unbelievable, really, you know? It's terrible.
She's teaching
You
at
get
a
a better
school?
vantage point.
You hear me, Forrest?
I can.
Okay,
Sorry, I've been talking.
At a
Gavin.
school?
Well, it's called the Social Law. It's called Social Law Academy. If you go on their website, you can see what courses are offered and which judges or which speakers are going to moderate it. And it's easy to see, like, you know, to just go on and see what their schedule is. And when I looked and researched it I don't know, I found this out a few months, maybe right before this trial started, when I was doing a little bit of a deep dive on Bev. I found out a few things about her, and I went to look at a lot of her, like, activity, her activities.
Mhm.
And I found that she's part of the social law group, and they, you know, they write textbooks, they teach new lawyers, they're advocates for, you know, on how to teach and apply the law for the you know, recently, you know, graduated law students that just passing the bar. And you come in, you know, when a new lawyer doesn't know what they're doing, they mess up all the time, they make mistakes. And what they do is they hire, like judges, you know, we call it the kiss in the mail, that little extra check you get, you know, and Bev's part of that whole bureaucracy of, you know, she's getting hers. Bev get paid, you know what I mean? And judges in mass don't make a ton of money. They don't, you know, they don't make a ton, and they, you know, but they get paid in other ways. Let's just say that. But I mean, when I saw that she was, you know, ending Karen's trial for a half day last year to go teach this jury instruction seminar on how to properly instruct the jury and what, you know, it's awful. I mean, it's just cut it out.
She ended court this year. She ended court this year so that she could go for her Woman of the Year award. So I mean, this is just a normal.
It's another day in the neighborhood, really. It is.
This
Just
is
another day
with her normal.
in the neighborhood, really is, you know.
So are you
It's my
guys so you guys are able to go to the basement of the courtroom?
Well, the district court, the registry of deeds, actually, I'm standing in front of the district court now. This is like, you know, misdemeanors and this court here. I can see it up there. So that's the district, and the Superior Court is across the street. You can see the big, that's where Karen is. That's where the trial's going. But this building next door is the Registry of Deeds, and like during the first trial, a lot of the supporters, you know, it's a place to go to the bathroom and sit and recharge your phone. It got like a cafeteria, like a setting where you can sit at tables and congregate, and you know, people are just hanging, talking, meeting people, and discussing the case and whatnot. So I actually met a couple ladies that were from Quincy, and I was talking to a couple of them, and they were giving me some scoop and what they knew, just sharing information, basically.
I'm
you know.
sure. So wait a minute. So where is Quincy? How far is that?
Quincy is 10 miles from downtown Boston. So it's you go from Boston set up in, you know, in boroughs like New York, where you got your East Boston is your Italians, your South Boston is your Irish, Roxbury, where Bobby Brown grew up, is, you know, kind of the blacker city. Dorchester, the same. And then you got Milton and Quincy. And then you got Canton is next to Milton. So Canton's not too far from Boston proper, from downtown Boston. Quincy is where Marty and Bev grew up. And, you know, it's a very corrupt city, too. Very, you know, the mayor of Quincy makes more than any other mayor in the whole country. Of course, he does.
Oh, wow.
He gave himself a nice raise not too long ago. I think he's making $380,000 a year or something. Yeah. Nice pay for a mayor. I know. They weren't happy about it, and they snuck it through. You know, the committees or whatever they do when they, you know, are gonna offer a raise to state employees or city employees. So
I can't believe we've made it to 3:00 again.
I still can't believe we're probably on what, 14 hours of deliberation at this point.
14 hours.
14.
Yep.
I don't know what to say. I'm gonna walk around a little. Any questions?
For the people there.
Anybody in the chat got any questions or anything?
Forrest said, "Do y'all have some questions?"
Let me give my shout out to Brianna Gills and Ash K. Who else do I want to give some shout outs to? Let me see.
Oh wow. Jurors are idiots. Lacey is feeling like it.
What's that?
Oh, Lacey said the jurors are idiots.
Oh yeah, they are. Well, it's not their fault. I mean, it's on the judge to teach them the law. to instruct them on the law. Really?
Someone said, how far is Canton from Sharon?
From where Karen lives?
It says Sharon. I think she said Sharon. I don't. Maybe Sharon is somewhere close.
Yeah, Canton and Sharon are right next to each other. Sharon's a very Jewish community, probably 85% Jewish. I know a few people that live in Sharon. All right, let's see. Oh, Vinny's still holding court. Let's see what Vinny's doing.
Oh, I just saw him over there too.
He's up on the steps.
Let's
see. Dennis, how you doing, buddy? Oh,
Taylor, it's Forrest. Forrest is outside the courtroom.
how's Dylan doing?
Good.
Yeah.
Look, we can back over to October.
What's that? Is he coming back? Did you guys go on the duck boats?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. This guy Dennis here, talking to a girl from. Mel, where are you from? Is it Michigan? Where are you from?
I'm from Memphis.
Oh, you're from Tennessee. Okay. Oh, the Blair is from Tennessee too. That's right. Oh, nice. Very good. We got some girls from Tennessee here. We got some Nashville girls here.
Oh,
love it.
Not they all the way up there.
Florida. All right, cool. Grand Ole Opry, my favorite hotel. Love it. With all the greenery, the birds, the little birds. It's like a jungle going into that hotel. Grand Ole Opry, Nashville, shout out. Best hotel, one of the best hotels in the world.
Oh, look at Destiny. I'm in Nashville. Lacey says she's from Nashville.
Girl here's from Nashville. All right, onward. Vinny holding court. Freaking goofball.
I heard he's been saying some crazy stuff.
Vinny.
Lacey,
Vinny.
just went. I didn't get to go, but they took the kids. They all went at Christmas, and they said it was beautiful. Well, I saw pictures. It was beautiful. All right, pretty samples.
All right, I'm gonna let you go. What are you hearing? I'm not on any broadcasts. Any word?
Right now, we're gonna go back to Court TV and listen to what they're talking about, but nothing yet.
Yeah.
I haven't really been hearing anything.
Okay. All right. I'll check back. I'll send you another thing.
Okay. All right. You'll use the same link. I'm gonna leave it up.
Okay. Leave it up. I'll come back in.
Okay. All right. Okay, y'all. So I'm gonna see what Vinny is talking about. I did see that he's outside. He's talking to some people too.
At this point in time, I certainly feel strongly about the Commonwealth's case. I feel like they did a phenomenal job. I feel like the data is the data. At this point in time, I certainly feel
y'all just look. He can't even talk straight.
Strongly about the Commonwealth's case. I feel like they did a phenomenal job. I feel like the data is the data. I feel like this is a very simple DUI homicide case. Whether or not she intended to do it or not, I believe that's up for debate. But I think the prosecution certainly presented a very, very strong case. And I quite honestly think the rest of it on the defense side is just a smokescreen. That's my opinion.
And your thoughts about walking with this sweatshirt on that you're wearing? Has it been a problem at all being here at the courthouse?
I've had a couple jeers, a couple cat calls, nothing violent, nothing harassing. Everyone's been fairly kind, but yeah, I've had a couple of people say some things, and I just ignore it. I knew that was going to happen, though, and it's a volatile, emotional situation. I get it. I understand it. They're supporting Karen, and they feel that she was unjustly accused of this crime. So I understood that coming here and, kind of being an outsider and a one-off, that I was going to subject myself to some of that. But for the most part, Vinny, it's been fine. People have been great.
And are you surprised that more people haven't shown up like you? Because you're not alone. I mean, we've seen and heard from plenty of others. Obviously, the public numbers here at the courthouse predominantly, almost exclusively pink, but are you surprised more folks like you haven't shown up?
I don't. I think, obviously a lot of these people are out here for a reason. I think a lot of the supporters for John O'Keefe and their family, they're at home, they've got jobs. I'm not trying to belittle anybody here and say they don't have a job, but I think that I'm from the West Coast. The people that I talk to in my home state and the surrounding states, and I've got a daughter that practices law in the Midwest, they all think this is a very simple case and a very simple outcome that should be, and don't believe in the conspiracy theorists and the conspiracy theories. But I think because
Y'all think him and that sassy man friends.
people don't want to get involved in this sea of pink, they stay away. And that's my opinion. That doesn't mean I believe that when I see these polls that are skewed in crazy numbers that I believe those numbers are accurate. I just think that people, choose to support him from afar.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. So I think it's a real accurate reflection of what's happening. The level of passion that you have for it, what are you willing to sacrifice to bring it, right? There's folks that have to work, folks have to do things. A lot of folks here are using vacation time. Some have traveled from out of state, like the young man I spoke with.
I'm sorry. I do want Karen to walk. I want her to be found not guilty, but using PTO to travel to be in front of that courthouse. It's pretty crazy.
It's a case where everyone has an opinion, and fortunately, I think part of the lesson of this is that everyone should be able to express that opinion. You should be able to, every trial we cover has at least two sides, right? Every trial has at least two sides to it. And there should be a vigorous debate. People don't have to agree, but there's not really a reason to be disagreeable about it. There's a reason why we have trials. The reason we have trials is people don't agree as to what happened and what should be done as a result of what happened. And we bring in a jury to decide it. And hopefully that's one of the lessons that gets taken away from all of this. And hopefully there aren't any brush-ups between the two sides. I know last year we had one flare-up of some shouting back and forth late in the case. But we haven't seen that here. But primarily we haven't seen it because the other side hasn't really been here. But there are plenty of people who believe in the prosecution.
Talking about two different sides here, and I'm curious as to how you think this compares to other cases in terms of how split people are. I mean, we cover verdicts almost every day. Every week there are verdicts that come down, but it's rare to find one where people are so split that it almost feels similar to an election, where there's almost a chance that it could go either way. It feels a little different now that we've gotten these notes from the jury, but your thoughts on this case and the dynamics of it?
Yeah, I think, and to be honest, looking back at all the years at Court TV and all the big trials, the trials that touch the public, a lot of them swing one way. Usually it's to the prosecution. It absolutely is. There have been some that were very split. Kyle Rittenhouse, very split. The Menendez brothers, originally going way back, was split. That was split down gender lines. Kyle Rittenhouse was political lines. So we do see some cases like that are split. This one, it's tilting one way. It's tilting not guilty.
Right.
It just absolutely is from the people who are voicing.
I'm just going to say this. The fact that she was like split when Court TV, Law and Crime, their polls literally are 84 to 85% not guilty. That's not split.
Their opinions, right? That's the only way you can gauge it, is from people who are expressing their opinions. There may be other people who believe in the prosecution but just don't express it. And that would be sad if they wanted to express it and they couldn't, afraid of what the response would be. That's the system not working, right? But if we go by just what people are expressing and have expressed in other cases, this is one that's swinging all the way in one direction, which brings me to a question that I have. In the day that we live of social media, where people are very outward about what they think about a case, is that
Hold on, y'all. I had to cut Vinnie off because, y'all making me nervous. Okay, the verdict clock is still going on Law and Crime. Is this the... Yeah, this is the right one. Hold up. Yeah, this is the right. I had to make sure I'm looking at the right clock. I'm finna look, y'all. This is a little scary. Hold on, Sue. Sue said this was a hypothetical question. Someone said, how's it hypothetical? She said, start with if. The streets are saying 325. Okay, I'm on X now to see if we can confirm this. Hold on. I don't know what to think about this, y'all. This is too much.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We're in a verdict watch in the Karen Reed murder retrial in Dedham, Massachusetts, and we're getting word that there may be some movement happening in front of that courthouse. Let's go out live to our lead anchor, Vinnie Politan, who is there on the ground in front of everything, and let's see if he can tell us what is happening that is changing there.
Yep.
Okay.
Vinnie, can you hear me? If not, we will wait.
Yep, I hear you.
All right.
I can hear you. I can hear you, Julia. I'm off camera just so you can see what's happening here. We haven't gotten any word about anything, but I don't know what's going on. But everybody is now crowding closer and closer to the street. They're more densely packed. The area where the defense team shows up is now filling up. It just appears to me that something is happening. Something is happening. There's been no official word. And I think what everyone is anticipating perhaps is keeping their eyes to see if the defense team shows up or if the O'Keefe family walks into the courtroom, because that would mean that something else of significance is happening. We know where we've been all day. We know what is potentially happening, which is a potential verdict today. So I think the level of anticipation is peaking right now. More so than at any point today or yesterday. So we are on standby, keeping our eyes open to see if the defense team shows up in their SUVs or if the O'Keefe family shows up and enters the courtroom. So we're keeping our eyes on that right now.
Vinnie, I will say it sounded like for a moment it got kind of loud out there and then it died back down. But my question for you is this. Do you have any information to know whether or not Karen Reed, who's not under a gag order, lets her supporters know if she's headed back to the courtroom? Is that allowed? Does she do it, or do we have any idea?
I think it depends upon the nature of the communication from the court. If the court says we are not allowed to disclose information for security reasons about whether or not there's a verdict or not, then maybe not. If it's something that's not protected, she could. I don't know if that communication is happening, but all these people that you see are all very connected. A lot of them are getting their information from similar sources that speak to one another and are constantly on social media. So in the world we live in now, if information, and it's a big if information like that does leak or is given to one person, hundreds of people are going to know that information very, very quickly. That's the nature of the world we live in, but also the nature of this case and this free Karen Reed community that is at the courthouse.
I can only imagine the anticipation that everyone there feels, because there is really nothing like a verdict watch, waiting for a verdict to come down, whether you're someone who is actually a party, a family member of the victim, or these supporters that have become very invested in this case. I mean, this is just everything they've been waiting on, not just for the entirety of this 30-day trial, but since the first trial, since this happened and people realized this might be something that equals collusion or corruption. I mean, I can just only imagine what they are thinking in this moment. But I would imagine, Vinnie, after the things that we have heard from this jury, it's not a lot. We only heard one round of questions from them, but I can imagine that they are ready to hear the words that they've been hoping this jury would come back with.
Right. And if you can see the woman with the aqua colored glasses who is recording or all the supporters. She's the one who addressed all the supporters to ensure at the moment of a verdict that they remain silent. And she's the one who gave the message from Karen Reed. So that's someone who is getting information directly from Karen Reed. And right now at this moment, she's taking pictures of everyone. I haven't heard her say anything about whether or not she's gotten word from Karen Reed about what's happening. But she's taking this moment to walk in the street to record all the supporters lined up at this particular moment. So that's what's happening right now. But again, it's kind of interesting to see where everyone is right now, because it's not 4:30. It's not the end of the day. The attorneys usually show up pretty close to this time, but this is a little early for that. So if they show up right now, I would think it's something other than just the end of the day. I'm seeing some deputies walking down the front stairs right now. I can also see Matt Johnson in place across the street as well.
Yeah, I don't see anyone.
Not sure if they're just leaving for the day or securing something, but there's an intensity that you can feel here at the courthouse at this moment. So if I was watching at home right now, I would not leave the television. I would not leave the television right now.
I'm not leaving.
Needles. I mean, honestly, I will not leave the television. Whether I've been watching all day, I honestly cannot turn my eyes away. So in looking at this crowd waiting for a verdict, yesterday we were talking about really the routine that this jury is accustomed to. You just mentioned it, 4:20, they'd go home every day. During deliberations, they've gone home around that time. Do you believe you've seen huge trials with juries? Do you think it's true that they are in a little bit of a routine, so they're probably inclined to either finish it by that time or come back tomorrow?
Yeah, I think that's the way it's been operating. And after months of operating that way, I think that's the way it's going to go. And there's limitations here because the security staff has to clear the building and shut down the building at a certain time. They don't have the same flexibility here in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, that we've seen in the dozens and dozens and dozens of trials that we've covered in Florida, where the judge is in charge of the courthouse. Here, security runs the courthouse, so the judge does not keep them past a certain time. I think they shut down by 5. They try to clear everyone out before then, so that's the way it's been going. But the gathering these people is before that moment, right? I don't have a clock in front of me. You do.
3:22 p.m. So we're at least
3:22.
40 minutes.
Yeah, this is like an hour before that time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is way before then, right? So my gut tells me if people have gotten word that something is happening, and it's come from a source within the defense team or elsewhere, it has spread very quickly, and everyone is here. Everyone is anticipating a verdict at this moment. I'm being honest with you. That's what everyone right here. You look at all these folks, that's what they believe is about to happen. We have gotten no official word, and we have not seen the O'Keefe family or the defense team and Karen Reed arrive. But if they're en route, maybe there's someone who saw them get into their SUVs.
Look at how many people. Vinnie, you've described it, but when you see these pictures, it's crazy how many people are there. All right, that verdict.
Standing.
Yes.
They were sitting earlier, but they believe something is happening. As we see these cars go by, I know they're all just waiting which one is going to be the one that may have the defense team inside, or even the O'Keefe family. Let's do this. We have to get to a break, but now is a good time. We know that we're on this verdict watch, and a verdict could come down at any moment, and certainly the people outside believe it's coming soon.
That's right. We'll be right back after this.
Y'all, I don't know why I feel like I'm about to cry. Like, Lord, this is too much. Hold on, I'm trying to see if I see anyone online. Like, Turtle Boy, not like no one is posting. So, okay, I'm trying to see if Kathy Forrest said he's hearing a possible verdict. I just told Miss J. I just asked Miss J. Are we gonna do something? She said yes. This ain't key, but somebody has to tell us. Lo said it might be 2:27 Miss J time before we get a verdict. Y'all know she's 3 hours behind. 2 hours. She's 2 hours behind. Amy, you're right back. Let's see, y'all. Okay, Kathy hasn't said anything. I just said a quick prayer for Karen because oh my. Oh my. I'm trying to see, guys. Okay, Sue, Turtle Boy, somebody. Girl, where are the people? Where are the people? Okay, the verdict clock is still going on all the lives. It's still going. It has not stopped. So we do know that the verdict clock is still going. Taylor, I already told Mariah we were having quesadillas tonight. I'm going to get some tequila to go with them, and I don't want to hear her mouth. Okay? I did all my workouts last night. I don't want to hear her mouth. Okay? Black Sheep said it's 2:27 Central right now. Y'all, what time did they say? Did they say 3:25 that we would be coming back? Wait a minute. Did it go to the fan, Key? Key, it went to the fan. They went from commercial break to the fan. I should have put that skirt on. Y'all know I'm going to have to get up, Lord Jesus. Oh, God. This is too much. This is too much. Oh, my God. This is too much. Why am I like this? It's not even me on it. It's not me. My life not on the line, Jesus. We may have a verdict. We may have a verdict. We may have a verdict, y'all. We may have a verdict. We don't know, but we may have a verdict. No one is saying anything. What the hell? Brianna, see, now how you tell me don't say something, you trying and you just bust me out. Forrest said he's hearing rumblings too that there's possibly a verdict. People are saying that there's possibly a verdict. Oh man, I need my YSL connection, baby. Okay, yeah, when I tell you no one is saying anything. Black Sheep, I said it looks like I'm on a special committee and I chaired it, okay? Listen, I chaired it. Thank you so much, Chloe. Look, friend, are you trying to distract me from crying? Thank you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. I did. I just said a prayer for her. I don't know if y'all saw it. I said a quick prayer for Karen. I just said, God, may your will be done. Protect this woman. Listen, let the jury make the right decision in this case. Okay? Let the jury make the right decision. That's all we can ask. Okay. Whew. Okay, y'all. Shout out to everybody. Thank you. If you are new here, thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you guys have enjoyed the chat. Please like the live. It helps me stay in YouTube's algorithm. I really appreciate it. We have been here for Man, 35 days. I think we've been here at this point 35 days waiting for this verdict, if that's what this is. If that's what this is. Forrest, I thought you went to charge that phone. You need to turn your brightness all the way down and put that phone up. Oh, God. Key is right, y'all. We switched to the fan. I'm about to tell Mariah, come here and hold my hand. I can see her now. Girl, go on out somewhere. I'm about to tell her, come on, sit in here. Just come sit in here and hold my hand while we wait. Oh, God. Pretty, but you know, Court TV has been doing their streams and everything, right? They said we were going to break and then we'll be back. And instead, this is what happened. I just texted. I said, come hold my hand. Key, it feels like I'm going to jail. Oh, she coming.
Don't start that crying stuff.
She opened the door and said, don't start that crying stuff. Come on, just sit here.
What's wrong with you?
Girl, we might have a verdict. Come sit here.
Are you hoping for not guilty?
Yeah.
Oh.
You just stand there.
Why are you looking at the ceiling fan?
Oh, you don't know. Every day before they go to court, they show the fan. We call it the only fan.
I'm not gonna say that. Y'all irritating me. I'm annoyed.
By only fan?
I'm annoyed.
Oh my God, we can't have a little jokey joke.
Call him real quick. I'll be back.
Come on, Coda. Don't get up here trying to bite me either. Y'all, this dog has gotten big. We've only had him like 3 weeks. And he has gotten bigger. I don't know what I was thinking buying this dog. Hey, Yates, we may have a verdict. Don't listen, we may have a verdict. I don't know. We don't know yet. Merch, and you know I am afraid of dogs, child, but me and him gonna be friends. He's gonna always love me. So when he does get big, I can say sit down, and he'll sit his little big self down. Somebody thought it was Chloe. He's gotten big, and he's only been here like 3 weeks.
I'm calling him that German Shepherd. And that's not.
Yes, they called him Chloe.
They're trying to be funny.
They called him Chloe. But he's pretty sweet though. He likes to bite, but he is cute. He is. Y'all look how big his paw. Can you see how big his paw is compared to Barty's? I said, "Oh, this dog is going to be big." I know that's right, Yates. Don't try to bite me. Courtney said it's 227 where I'm at. Courtney, I think 227 is over. She said that's a grown man. He has some big paws.
This ain't a grown man. He is a baby.
He has some big paws. Now you know how they feel about Barty. Oh, y'all, I took Barty to get her teeth cleaned today. And the person who checked us in was the same woman who checked us in last week. And she was like, Barty, are you going to be? She said, I hope we have a better time than last time. I said, what did she do? She said, oh, she bit me. I said, my dog? My dog bit you? I think he is good with strangers. She said,
Dakota?
She come over showing me her thumb. Yep, she got me real good right here.
She had a scar.
Yes. A little nick in her finger, but why would you come over here and show me that? I thought she was trying to sue me. I'm like, girl, that's a part of your job. She like, right here. He got me real good.
I know what she's doing.
And Barty is not, y'all. Barty has never, she is not a biter. Like, that's not Barty.
Mama,
You play with her.
And when she get mad, she bite me.
You
for real.
play with her.
She bite for
She
real.
doesn't come to attack
Anyways,
you.
you know what's gonna happen? They don't need no anesthesia. That lady gonna choke March. That's gonna happen.
I had to put a muzzle. I said, well, ma'am, do you want to get a muzzle? And I'll put it on her because I don't want her biting you. She said, sure. And Barchie's really sweet with me. I put that muzzle on Barchie, and I feel so sad for my baby because she has never had a muzzle on her. Oh, no, y'all. Barchie, I felt so sad. I didn't flinch. I felt so sad for Barchie. Then she gonna tell me, make sure you leave your phone on. And she will be putting it under in case we need to call you. I told Mariah I got home and I said, wait a minute. I don't want to have to beat that lady if my dog don't wake up from the anesthesia, baby. It's gonna be a problem. Karen just got there. Okay. Barchie is cool with strangers. I just think I left her.
Mom, why are you acting like this? She's not even cool with me, and I live here. Every time she sees somebody, it's like the first time she done met a different person besides you, and you know it.
Mariah, I just can't believe you sitting here acting like that.
Stop.
We don't know what's happening, Shannon. We think it's a verdict. We don't know. We don't know what's happening. We think there's a possible verdict. But I don't know. Huh?
How long is this supposed to take?
Well, the defense just got there. They're getting out of their car. You have something else to do? I didn't think so.
Excuse you.
We're waiting, guys. We are just waiting right now. The defense has arrived. People say now. So Brianna gonna say, you do know we be hearing Barchie.
Thank you. Y'all, anytime she talk about Barchie, I'd be like, what dog she talking about? I know it's not Barchie.
My sweet girl.
Coda do good with
now he trying to bite my sleeves.
Take them off. Good.
Y'all, Coda trying to bite my sleeves. They too puffy. You keeping her mind off crime. Barchie is a menace to society, according to the witness, Mariah. Mariah's a bad witness.
I'm not the only
She has
witness.
credibility issues.
I'm not the only witness.
You have credibility
Let's
issues.
call Gretchen. You know who we should really call? Let's call Cornbread. See, Jawan, call somebody.
I'm not calling Cornbread, baby. Cornbread is scared of dogs. She's not a good person.
Can call anybody in our family.
I'll show your credibility shot. Your credibility is shot. Should I show them that?
She was overstimulated and tell them they know about them.
Your credibility is shot.
She was overstimulated.
But
delete that. Delete that.
Nuh-uh. Can I show them this? Credibility is shot. Okay.
Yeah, that just showed that I have a good heart. Even when she bite me every day, I forgave her. Okay, now why was you recording me?
I said, look at her just over there hugging and kissing Barchie. Credibility is shot. The jury would come and say, Judge, can we use those videos? Is that evidence? And I'd say, yes, you can weigh it against the credibility of the witness.
That's fine. You got 2 videos. How many people can I call?
They just don't like dogs.
Okay. So everybody don't like dogs.
They just don't like dogs.
Okay.
That's why. That's all. They said Barchie bipolar. She's really sweet, Jaleesa. She just has separation anxiety issues.
It's not. It's more than separation anxiety. It's bad.
It's separation anxiety. That's all. That's it, y'all. She just has a little separation anxiety. She's really a sweet dog.
I'm gonna watch you now because ain't no way you got that video on me. That's creepy.
I said, look at my girls.
You.
Mariah said, look at my girls over there bonding. I said, look at my girls over there bonding. They stressing us out, y'all, but let's see if we got some updates on X. Let me see. Hold up. Oh, boo. Look at Kathy, all mysterious. She said getting closer to 4 p.m. Expect something to happen. It is 3:40. Y'all. Now I'm starting to think they just want to go home.
You just do too much.
Girl, I think, y'all, what if they just going home? Tasha, please stop. They'll be walking and they'll upset Barchie. They'll upset Barchie, that's all. Well, y'all, we gonna have to see. They might be going home at this point, y'all. I don't know. At 3:20, I mean, when it was 3:15, I was like, okay, I think we're getting the verdict. 3:20, 3:25, we're getting the verdict. The closer we get to 4 o'clock, I'm starting to think they just want to go home. I think they just want to go home.
The cleaner's here.
Hold up. I'm still like I was like, I ain't booked no cleaners. I can clean my own house. Yeah, I think y'all, now that we're closer, I think they're going home.
So she trying to be funny.
Forrest said, okay, I heard they had. Forrest said, okay, I heard they have a verdict.
Give me my dog, because when you do all that jumping stuff, I don't need that.
Give
me my dog, because you extra, and if you throw him.
Well, I need to. He's my comfort. He's my comfort animal.
Don't be doing all that extra stuff with him then.
No, what you mean? What do you think I'm going to do
Jumping
extra?
up, slamming the table, throwing him. I don't know. You're too unpredictable.
I'm unpredictable?
Why you act like... Listen, they don't know you like I do. So all this faking stuff you doing, this ain't real.
Why am I doing this fake?
I'm unpredictable. Mikey's a good dog.
I wish y'all could see this girl. They talking about the dog gonna fly across the room. See now.
Exactly. Y'all see that? It's not just me.
Keith said, get the dog. She gonna put him in shock. No, he's fine. He's fine. Unless he try to bite my sleeves again.
That's his comfort.
She said, we know her. I just said she would throw Barchi in a minute. Damn. Yo. Okay, I'm gonna give them to you so I can. Just don't leave the room. Your Black King is crazy. Twitter says they have a verdict. Okay, let me see if I see anything. I don't see any news source saying that. Okay, Aiden said, that's Turtle Boy. The O'Keefe family does not care if Karen is or isn't convicted of DUI. If they acquit her of the real charges, they shouldn't be wasting any time on this. No one cares about the outcome of this charge. Let me see if he says something about a verdict. He hasn't said anything about a verdict. This is so annoying. She talking about do that crazy shit with Barchi. She used to.
Actually, she love it.
Wait a minute. What did you ask Mariah Bree? Bree, what pants your mama got out with that sweater?
Mama, you know what's funny, Mom? I was like, I ain't gonna bust it out.
They already know I got on shorts in this sweater.
Yeah, I'm messy.
I'm transparent.
They
gonna say, stand up, let's see your bottoms. I said, I will not. I said, I will not. Hold up, let me see. She said, I want to watch The Verdict with you. I have spent a lot of time with Miss J, but I need to divide my time. Girl, put one of us on the TV, one of us on the phone. One of us on the TV, one of us on the phone. That's how you do it. I love the size of my room. Both families have entered the courthouse. Thank you, Liz, for Mariah having to hold your hand. They sent you a super chat.
Thank you, guys.
I'll be sure to get it to her.
Let me know how much, so I make sure she give it to me.
It's $9.99.
Period.
Oh, come on, y'all. When are they going to start up the live stream? Oh, okay, Jaylee. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet. Lizzie, that's her name. You spell her name right, Lizzie. It's normal Mariah. I didn't do anything extra sassy with it.
Thank God. These new parents.
It's just Mariah. She said, not you like paper plate and be stealing Mariah money. Did you hear Kylie say that?
What?
Thank you. Thank you, Summer. Moment of silence. Okay. Okay. You're my child for real. I said a moment of silence. You were silent, then you said, I know. What's wrong with you? Okay. Campbell told me we might see male Paul soon. I told them about this. Have they seen my paws before?
You know, you got. I wonder if this is big as his.
Never mind. I don't think so. Probably
Talking about a moment of silence. Look at you.
moment. Please get her out of here.
I'm gonna close that laptop because you're doing it.
I told y'all she don't look like me, but she acts just like me. She acts just like me. Somehow, and if she bend over face shout, we gonna see that lucky charm.
Yeah, you told all your business.
We were talking about tramp stamps on the live. I'm not alone.
Don't show nobody that.
No, I'm not alone. It's a couple of people on here with some tramp stamps, okay?
Period. I'm gonna get one too.
Emmy, you think the jury's just going home? I don't know, Emmy. I would have thought that if they didn't call them a long time ago. So I don't know. If they go home, it's If I don't know. I don't know what to think, but the fact that this news came out at 3 o'clock ish, I have to think something is up. It's Miss Pearl from SpongeBob. It's Miss Pearl from SpongeBob. Does she wear something like this? No. She said, it's my shirt, girl. They've been clowning my shirt, child. Mariah, but is this not me on a normal basis for work and stuff?
I haven't even seen the half of it.
I told them, I said, oh, this is me all the time.
I promise y'all the shoulders only get bigger.
Y'all heard my baby. She said the shoulders only get bigger. Okay. Someone said, you are so strong. I would have been mad because they've been checking my shirt, baby. I said, baby, this is me.
She don't care. Y'all think if she cared, would she be wearing them to begin with?
Damn.
The only thing that's really gonna
Oh, they said 227. Oh, the old lady from 227. I thought they were talking about Pearl, Mr. Krabby daughter.
That's not the daughter.
I mean, the teacher. Yeah.
That don't make sense. I didn't want to say it. I was saying that one funny if it was Pearl.
Yeah, I think I'm up to date on the live. Yeah, I'm up to date on the live. Was that Lizzie? Yeah, Lizzie, I'm up to date. Y'all, I'll look at Court TV as well because I'm up to date on the live. Okay, Forrest, watch it live.
Sorry.
Hold on.
It'll be funny if y'all just watch the ceiling fan the whole time. They just turn it off.
Y'all see, Mariah's in here playing. She said it would be funny if we sit here watching the ceiling fan and they just Forrest, I can't do Zoom and do the stream. So right after the verdict, I'm going to come to the Zoom. I just remembered that I can't do both. I would have had to have it. Okay. 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 Well, then come after that. Then I'll be here. Okay. Y'all, verdict is back. Oh Lord, I'm sick.
Long day for everybody. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. We know you've all been working really hard and we appreciate it. So please just clear your heads. Don't think about this case at all as best you can. And we'll see you tomorrow morning when everybody's fresh to start again. Thank you.
All rise to the court, please. They're following.
I don't think the shit is funny. I don't think it's funny what you over there. Y'all, now she over here like that. It's not funny.
Oh, somebody screenshotted that.
We've been waiting 8 hours.
What I tell you?
Sure is exit the courtroom.
But still, if it was like interested in it.
Thank you, everybody tomorrow.
Thank you. Court is adjourned.
This is some bullshit. This is we're 14 hours in.
14 hours?
14 hours in.
The phone was nothing. He said, you gotta see them read the paper and do the makeup. Well, I wanted to do a series, but when we wanted to do it, but because the only way I could have got it would have been weird that, we getting on the HOV. Right. And you get trouble. Yeah. In other words, that's kind of a little bit of invasion. And then he was retiring, so he almost did. Yeah.
They don't work time, y'all. They want to go home. They not. No, Bill. I'm Bill. This is some BS if I have never seen it before. She sent these people home. Why? What happened to them staying from 5 to 5:30? What? Okay. I don't even know what more to say. They're going home. Someone is holding out. They are going. I don't even know what to say at this point. I don't understand. Paige would never MH. Do you hear me? Never. Never. Paige would never do this foolishness. They are going home at 3:52.
I know they're happy. They got to stay home early.
3:52. Okay, y'all. I'm sure the lawyer knows about to get ready to go live. So I'm gonna get off here. Oh dang. I know what it was, Mariah.
What?
Okay, they just now calling for Barchi. They just now calling for me to get Barchi. I was like, I thought I saw a number from Atlanta, but I deleted the number. But they're calling for me to get Barchi. But yeah. Destiny, I would hope tomorrow, if we don't have a verdict tomorrow, then I do believe it's going to, I think we're going to get the 2 not guilties and that hung jury on that last one. Alice, we can do that. Let me go get my dog first. I got to go pick up Barchi. So let me go get my dog and I don't care. Mel, it looks like we are going to a tea party. They said that. Thank you, Taz. Thank you, y'all. Yeah, I'm about to get off here. I have to go get my dog from her surgery and make sure she's okay. So I'm gonna get off. I know the lawyer, will be live at 4, and it'll probably help us better understand the jury questions and what he's thinking, what's going on. But they are gone home, y'all. Yeah, they are gone home. And for those of you, before you put your little funny comments in the chat, yes, I'm going to pick up Barchi in this sweater and my shorts. And Crocs. Okay. Anyway,
above the ankle.
I do have socks above the ankle on. Your point. You guys have a really day. She said you put on a blouse for nothing. Wear it tomorrow. No, I'm gonna go in the closet and find some more pink. So I'm gonna find some more pink. So the lawyer knows I already live. So yes, but I will see y'all in the morning. I'll start probably about 10 again in the morning. So I will see you guys there. Nicole, I'm putting on something else pink tomorrow. What I'm gonna wear, I don't know. But I'm gonna see y'all. First, I have to go get my dog. Girl, not thinking every time I fit shit. I can't stand them. Bye, y'all. I'll see her later. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you to everyone who joined the live, liked the live, participated in the chat today. I appreciate it, y'all. Taylor, if I can find some ruffles, I'm gonna wear some ruffles just for that. Okay? See y'all later. Bye, y'all.